Welcome, dear listener, to a gentle journey through the tapestries of love woven throughout the wizarding world. Tonight, as you settle into the comfort of your favorite resting place, let us explore together the countless hearts that have found each other across the magical realm of Harry Potter. From the passionate devotion of soulmates to the tender first blushes of young romance, we shall traverse every connection that has touched the pages of these beloved stories. Close your eyes and drift peacefully as we unfold these tales of love, loss, and the enduring magic that binds hearts together across time and circumstance. In the misty reaches of 17th century Ireland, where ancient magic still flowed through the veins of the old world, there lived a young witch whose destiny would forever alter the course of magical education in the Americas. Isolde Sayre carried within her blood the legacy of Salazar Slytherin himself, though she would choose to forge a path that honored compassion over conquest, love over lineage, and hope over the bitter heritage that had shaped her early years. Born into the house of Sayre on the mystical shores of County Kerry, Isolde's childhood was painted in shades of wonder and terror that would define her understanding of magic's dual nature. Her mother, Rhionac Saya, was a healer whose gentle hands could mend both bone and spirit, teaching young Isolde that true power lay not in domination but in service to others. The cottage where they lived breathed with protective enchantments, its walls lined with herbs that whispered healing songs, and windows that showed visions of distant shores where new possibilities waited like seeds ready to bloom. But darkness has a way of finding light, seeking to extinguish what it cannot control or corrupt. Gormlaith Gaunt, Isolde's aunt and a witch consumed by the poisonous philosophy of blood purity, arrived at their peaceful home like a storm cloud, heavy with malevolent intent. The violence that followed was swift and merciless, claiming Rhionac's life and forcing young Isolde into a captivity that would last for years, her spirit caged by someone who saw her only as an extension of their own twisted ambitions. The years of imprisonment taught Isolde lessons that no child should learn, about the nature of cruelty and the weight of powerlessness. Gormlaith's cottage was a place where shadows held whispers of dark magic, where the very air seemed thick with spells designed to break rather than heal. Yet within this darkness, Isolde's mother's teachings took root like wildflowers growing through stone, maintaining their beauty despite the hostile ground in which they were planted. When opportunity finally presented itself, Isolde seized it with the desperate courage of someone who understood that freedom, once lost, might never return. The theft of Gormlaith's wand was more than simple rebellion, but a declaration that she would no longer allow fear to dictate the shape of her life. The ocean crossing that followed was treacherous beyond description, a journey through waters that seemed determined to claim her before she could reach the new world that called to her like a distant song. The ship that carried her to America was filled with souls seeking fresh beginnings, though none carried burdens quite as heavy as hers. During the long weeks at sea, Isolde learned to hide her magical nature among muggles who would not have understood the forces that drove her toward an unknown shore. She practiced her mother's healing arts in secret, helping fellow passengers who fell ill during the crossing, each act of kindness serving as a small rebellion against the cruelty that had defined her recent years. The America that greeted her was vast and untamed, a land where ancient magics flowed through forests that had never known European wizardry, where indigenous peoples worked spells that sang of different traditions and deeper connections to the natural world. Isolde found herself drawn to Mount Greylock in Massachusetts, where the very stones seemed to pulse with potential, and the air carried promises of sanctuary for those brave enough to claim it. It was in this wilderness setting that fate would introduce her to the Muggle man who would become not just her husband, but her partner, in creating something unprecedented in the magical world. James Stewart was a stonemason from England, his hands skilled in shaping rock and mortar into structures that could withstand both time and weather. He had come to America seeking work and opportunity, though he could never have imagined that his greatest construction project would be a school for young witches and wizards. Their first meeting was marked by tragedy and heroism in equal measure. Isolt discovered the bodies of Chadwick and Webster Boots' parents, victims of a fire that had consumed their home and nearly claimed the two young boys as well. She was tending to their wounds with gentle healing magic when James arrived, drawn by the smoke and devastation to offer whatever assistance he could provide. His immediate concern for the children, his willingness to help bury the dead without question or compensation, revealed a character that transcended the boundaries between magical and non-magical worlds. The practical matter of what to do with two orphaned boys brought Isolt and James together in ways that formal courtship never could have accomplished. Both understood instinctively that Chadwick and Webster needed more than temporary shelter, but a new family. People who would love them, not as charity cases, but as sons chosen by circumstance and claimed by affection. In caring for the boys together, Isolt and James discovered the complementary nature of their strengths and the deep compatibility of their values. James's reaction to discovering Isolt's magical abilities revealed the breadth of his character and the depth of his capacity for wonder rather than fear. When she could no longer hide her spellwork from someone who shared her daily life, she expected rejection or at least profound discomfort. Instead, James accepted her revelations with the same steady grace he brought to every challenge, understanding that love meant embracing the totality of another person, including aspects that defied conventional understanding. The courtship that developed between them was conducted under circumstances that would have challenged any relationship. They were building a home in the wilderness while raising two traumatized children, establishing routines and traditions that would honor both magical and non-magical heritage. James learned to accept the presence of magic in their daily lives, while Isolt discovered the profound satisfaction of creating something lasting with her own hands, working beside someone whose skill complemented her own abilities. Their wedding was a simple affair conducted by the local minister, witnessed by Chadwick and Webster, and blessed by magic that flowed naturally from the happiness they had found together. Isolt wore wildflowers in her hair and carried a bouquet of herbs from her mother's garden, their fragrance carrying memories of healing and hope across an ocean and through years of separation. James stood beside her in his finest clothes, his calloused hands gentle as he spoke. Vows that promised partnership in all things, magical and mundane alike. The early years of their marriage were marked by the profound joy of watching their family grow in unexpected directions. Chadwick and Webster, initially withdrawn and fearful, began to bloom under the combined attention of parents who understood that healing required patience and consistency rather than grand gestures. James taught them practical skills of construction and farming, while Isolt helped them understand and develop their magical abilities, creating an educational environment that honored both aspects of their heritage. When their own children arrived, twin daughters named Martha and Rhiannoch in honor of Isolt's mother, the family dynamic shifted to accommodate new forms of love and responsibility. James proved to be a natural father, approaching the challenges of raising magical children with the same methodical care he brought to his stonework. He built cribs that rocked themselves with gentle enchantments, constructed toys that responded to their daughters' moods and needs, created an environment where magic was simply another tool for expressing love and care. The idea of establishing a school grew naturally from their experience as parents and guardians to 4 children whose magical education required innovation and creativity. Traditional European approaches to magical instruction seemed inadequate for the unique challenges of the American environment, where different magical traditions coexisted and new forms of spellwork were emerging from the interaction between various cultural approaches to magic. Isolt's vision for the school was shaped by her mother's healing philosophy and her own experiences of educational neglect under Gormlaith's harsh rule. She wanted to create an institution where young witches and wizards would be nurtured rather than broken, where magic would be taught as a force for creation and protection rather than domination and destruction. The school would welcome students regardless of blood status or family background, judging them by their character and potential rather than their lineage or wealth. James's contribution to the school's development was equally crucial, though expressed through different means. His architectural vision translated Isolt's educational philosophy into physical structures that embodied their shared values. The castle he designed and built was unlike anything in the wizarding world, combining European magical architecture with American innovation and practical considerations for the unique environment of Mount Greylock. The 4 houses they established for Ilvermorny reflected their family's journey and the various qualities they had learned to value through their experiences together. Horned Serpent honored the mind and its capacity for wisdom and learning, remembering Isolt's mother's teaching that knowledge was the foundation of all good magic. Wampus celebrated the body and its strength in defending what was right, reflecting James's understanding that physical courage was often required to protect those who could not protect themselves. Pukwudgie represented the heart and its capacity for healing and compassion, embodying the gentle magic that Isolt had learned from her mother and passed on to their children. Thunderbird honored the soul and its adventurous spirit, acknowledging the courage required to leave familiar places and create new possibilities in unknown territories. Together, the 4 houses created a balanced approach to magical education that addressed the complete development of young witches and wizards. The early years of Ilvermorny's operation required James and Isolt to serve simultaneously as headmaster and headmistress, teachers and administrators, parents to their own children, and surrogate parents to students who came from great distances to attend their school. Their partnership was tested by the enormous demands of managing an educational institution while maintaining their family relationships and personal connection to each other. Yet their love proved equal to these challenges, strengthened rather than weakened by the shared purpose that defined their daily lives. They developed routines and rituals that honored both their romantic relationship and their professional collaboration, understanding that the school's success depended ultimately on the harmony they maintained as partners in all aspects of life. The students who attended Ilvermorny during those foundational years witnessed a unique form of magical education, one that was shaped by the daily example of 2 people who had chosen to build something beautiful together despite coming from vastly different backgrounds. James's presence in the school demonstrated that magical and non-magical people could work together as equals, while Isolt's teaching showed that power was most valuable when used in service of others rather than personal advancement. Their influence extended far beyond the formal curriculum they established, touching the lives of young witches and wizards who would carry their example into the broader magical community of America. The graduates of early Ilvermorny understood that love was not weakness but strength, that different backgrounds could be sources of enrichment rather than division, that true magic lay in the connections forged between people who chose to care for each other despite their differences. The legacy of James and Isolt's partnership would outlive them by centuries, continuing to shape American magical education through the principles they had established and the physical structures James had built to house their shared vision. Their love story became part of the school's foundation, inspiring future generations of students to believe that they too could create something lasting and beautiful through dedication to ideals larger than themselves. In the quiet moments between their public responsibilities, James and Isolt maintained the gentle intimacy that had first drawn them together. They would walk the grounds of their school in the evening, James pointing out architectural details that had been inspired by his love for her, Isolde sharing the subtle magics she had woven into the castle's structure to protect and nurture those who lived within its walls. Their descendants would remember them not as distant historical figures, but as the foundation upon which all subsequent American magical education was built, their love story demonstrating that the most powerful magic was that which brought different worlds together, rather than keeping them apart. The story of another foundational couple begins in the shadows of Wizarding Britain's most ancient and noble house, where blood purity was valued above all other considerations, and love was seen as acceptable only when it served the interests of maintaining genetic superiority. Andromeda Black was born into this world of privilege and prejudice, raised in Grimmauld Place among portraits that whispered of superiority and family trees that were pruned of any branch that dared to grow in unexpected directions. From her earliest years, Andromeda displayed a curiosity about the world beyond her family's narrow definitions of acceptable behavior and appropriate company, while her sisters Bellatrix and Narcissa absorbed their parents' teachings about blood purity with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Andromeda asked questions that made the adults uncomfortable, wondering why magical ability should be considered more valuable in some people than others, why love should be constrained by considerations of bloodline and social status. The Black family's approach to child rearing was designed to produce perfect examples of pure blood superiority, young witches and wizards who would marry within appropriate circles and continue the family traditions without question or deviation. Andromeda's education was comprehensive in magical subjects, but deliberately narrow in terms of exposure to different perspectives or alternative ways of understanding the world. She was taught to see herself as inherently superior to most of the magical community, and absolutely superior to the non-magical population. Yet even within these constraints, Andromeda's natural empathy and intellectual curiosity found ways to express themselves. She noticed the house elves who served her family and wondered about their thoughts and feelings, despite being taught that such creatures existed only to serve. She read between the lines of her history lessons, questioning why certain magical communities had been excluded or suppressed, why certain forms of magic were considered inappropriate for proper witches and wizards to learn or practice. Hogwarts offered Andromeda her first real exposure to the broader magical community, though the social dynamics of the school still reflected many of the prejudices she had learned at home. Sorted into Slytherin House along with most children from pure-blood families, she found herself surrounded by peers who largely shared her family's values and expectations. Yet even within Slytherin, she encountered students whose backgrounds were slightly different, whose perspectives challenged some of her inherited assumptions. It was during her 6th year at Hogwarts that Andromeda first encountered Ted Tonks, a Hufflepuff student whose Muggle-born status would have made him completely invisible to her under normal family circumstances. Their initial meeting was accidental, a chance encounter in the library, where Ted was researching the same advanced transfiguration techniques that had captured Andromeda's academic interest. Their conversation began with magic, but gradually expanded to encompass broader questions about life, purpose, and the nature of happiness. Ted Tonks possessed qualities that Andromeda had never encountered in the pure-blood young men her family considered suitable company. His background had taught him to value achievement over inheritance, kindness over status, authenticity over social performance. He treated Andromeda as an individual worthy of respect and attention rather than as a representative of her family's wealth and connections, engaging with her thoughts and opinions as if they mattered regardless of her bloodline. The friendship that developed between them was conducted largely in secret, hidden from Andromeda's Slytherin peers and Ted's Hufflepuff friends, who might not have understood the unlikely nature of their connection. They met in quiet corners of the library, in empty classrooms after hours, In the grounds of Hogwarts, where ancient trees provided cover for conversations that challenged everything, Andromeda had been taught to believe about appropriate social boundaries. Through these conversations, Andromeda began to understand that her family's philosophy was not an inevitable truth but one perspective among many, that the magical world contained possibilities she had never been encouraged to explore. Ted's stories about growing up in a Muggle household revealed a completely different way of understanding identity and worth, one based on personal character rather than genetic inheritance. His descriptions of his parents' love and support contrasted sharply with the conditional approval she had received at home, dependent always on conformity to expectations, rather than acceptance of who she truly was. The realization that she was falling in love with Ted Tonks came gradually, accompanied by understanding that such feelings represented a fundamental rejection of everything her family stood for. This was not merely a romantic relationship, but a choice between two completely different ways of understanding herself and her place in the world. To love Ted meant accepting that blood purity was meaningless, that her family's core beliefs were not only wrong but harmful, that she would have to choose between the security of inherited privilege and the uncertainty of authentic love. The final months of her Hogwarts career were marked by increasing tension between her growing feelings for Ted and the expectations that awaited her at home. Her family had already begun discussing appropriate marriage candidates, young pure-blood wizards who would enhance the family's status and continue their genetic legacy. These conversations became increasingly uncomfortable as Andromeda realized that any marriage her family arranged would represent a betrayal of her true feelings and her evolving understanding of what love should mean. Her graduation from Hogwarts marked the beginning of the most difficult period of her life, as she was forced to choose between family loyalty and personal authenticity. The pressure to conform to Black family expectations was enormous, involving not just her parents but extended relatives who saw her potential rebellion as a threat to their entire social structure. The consequences of defying family will were made clear through stories of previous family members who had been disowned and erased from family records for lesser transgressions. Yet Ted's presence in her life had shown her that happiness was possible, that love could exist without calculation or compromise, that she could be valued for qualities that had nothing to do with her bloodline or family connections. The choice between security and authenticity became increasingly clear, though no less difficult for being understood. She could maintain her place in pure-blood society by accepting an arranged marriage, or she could follow her heart and face complete rejection from everyone she had ever known. The decision to elope with Ted Tonks was made suddenly, but had been building for months through countless conversations and careful considerations. Andromeda understood that she was not merely marrying a Muggle-born wizard, but choosing a completely different life, one that would require her to discover who she truly was beneath the layers of family expectation and social conditioning. The ceremony itself was simple, conducted by a ministry official who understood the serious nature of their commitment without fully grasping the courage it had required. The immediate aftermath of their marriage brought the full weight of Black family disapproval down upon them. Andromeda's name was burned from the family tree. Her possessions were destroyed or given away. Her very existence was denied by relatives who preferred to pretend she had died rather than acknowledge her choice to marry beneath her station. The financial and social support she had always taken for granted disappeared overnight, leaving her to build a new identity entirely from her own resources and Ted's unwavering love. Yet the early years of their marriage revealed that Andromeda had chosen wisely, that the love she had found with Ted was indeed strong enough to compensate for everything she had sacrificed. Ted's family welcomed her with warmth and acceptance that contrasted sharply with the conditional approval she had received from her own relatives. His parents, initially bewildered by their son's marriage to a witch, gradually came to love Andromeda for her own qualities rather than her magical abilities or family background. The process of building a life together required both Andromeda and Ted to navigate challenges that neither had fully anticipated. Andromeda had to learn practical skills that her privileged upbringing had never required, while Ted had to understand magical customs and traditions that were completely foreign to his Muggle background. Their different experiences of education, family relationships, and social expectations created occasional friction that required patience and communication to resolve. But these challenges were vastly outweighed by the deep compatibility they had discovered in each other and the shared values that had first brought them together. Both valued honesty over convenience, kindness over status, personal growth over social approval. Their conversations, which had begun in the Hogwarts library, continued to be a source of mutual enrichment as they explored questions about identity, purpose, and the meaning of a life well lived. When their daughter Nymphadora was born, Andromeda experienced a form of love that was completely different from anything she had known before. This was not the conditional approval of the Black family, but absolute acceptance of a child who would be loved regardless of her choices or achievements. The lullabies Andromeda sang to baby Nymphadora contained no lessons about blood purity or social superiority, but simple expressions of unconditional affection and protection. Ted's approach to fatherhood reflected the same values that had made him an ideal husband, treating their daughter as an individual worthy of respect and attention from her earliest days. He was fascinated by her developing magical abilities, particularly her metamorph magus talents, but never made the mistake of defining her value through her unusual gifts. Instead, he focused on nurturing her character and helping her understand that her worth came from who she chose to be rather than what she was capable of doing. The family they created together became a refuge from the prejudices and expectations of the broader wizarding world, a place where different backgrounds were sources of strength rather than division. Nymphadora grew up understanding that she was equally connected to magical and non-magical heritage, that both traditions had valuable insights to offer, that love transcended all artificial boundaries created by society to separate people from each other. Their home was filled with books from both worlds, magical and Muggle, creating an environment where learning was valued for its own sake, rather than as preparation for maintaining social status. Ted shared stories from his childhood and introduced their daughter to Muggle innovations and perspectives, while Andromeda taught her magical skills and helped her understand wizarding history and culture from a more balanced perspective than most pure-blood children received. The couple's influence on their daughter's development was evident in the woman Nymphadora became, someone who valued justice over tradition, who treated people according to their character rather than their background, who was willing to fight for causes larger than herself. The love and acceptance she had received at home gave her the confidence to make her own choices about career, relationships, and values, understanding that she would always have a foundation of unconditional support to return to. Ted and Andromeda's marriage also served as an example to the broader magical community of what was possible when artificial barriers were overcome through genuine love and commitment. Their happiness together challenged the assumptions of blood purists, who argued that mixed marriages were inherently unstable, while their daughter's achievements demonstrated that mixed heritage could be a source of strength rather than weakness. The later years of their marriage were marked by the increasing prominence of their daughter's career as an Auror and her involvement with the Order of the Phoenix. Both Ted and Andromeda understood the dangers that Nymphadora faced in her work, but they also recognized that her choice to fight against dark forces was a natural extension of the values they had taught her about standing up for what was right, regardless of personal cost. When war came to the wizarding world once again, Ted and Andromeda faced persecution, not just for their mixed marriage, but for their daughter's prominent role in opposing Voldemort's return to power. Ted was forced to go into hiding when new laws made it dangerous for Muggle-born wizards to remain in their homes, while Andromeda struggled to maintain some semblance of normal life while worrying constantly about both her husband and daughter. The separation was agonizing for both of them, representing their first extended time apart since their marriage decades earlier. Their love had been tested by social disapproval, financial hardship, and family rejection, but forced separation due to political persecution created new forms of suffering that challenged their ability to maintain hope and connection despite physical distance. Ted's murder by Snatchers while attempting to reach safety represented not just the loss of a beloved husband and father, but the destruction of everything their love story had represented. The man who had shown Andromeda that genuine affection transcended social boundaries, who had created a family based on acceptance rather than expectation, who had lived his entire adult life as proof that different backgrounds could create strength rather than weakness, was gone. Yet even in grief, Andromeda's response to Ted's death demonstrated the lasting influence of their love story. Rather than retreating into bitterness or despair, she channeled her pain into caring for others, particularly her grandson, Teddy Lupin, who had also lost both parents to the war. Her ability to love and nurture despite devastating loss reflected the depth of character that Ted had always seen in her and the strength she had developed through years of choosing authenticity over convenience. The final foundational couple, whose love story shaped the wizarding world, represents the triumph of ordinary affection over extraordinary circumstances, the power of simple devotion to create extraordinary results. Arthur and Molly Weasley met during their Hogwarts years when both were young and idealistic, believing that love could overcome any obstacle and that goodness would ultimately triumph over evil through the simple expedient of people treating each other with kindness and respect. Their courtship was conducted against the backdrop of the First War against Voldemort, when the entire wizarding world lived under the shadow of fear and uncertainty. Yet their letters to each other during school holidays were filled not with discussions of dark magic or political turmoil, but with plans for their future together, dreams of the family they would create, hopes for a world where their children could grow up safely and happily. Arthur's fascination with Muggle artifacts and inventions was initially viewed by Molly's family as an amusing eccentricity that he would outgrow once he settled into a proper wizarding career. But Molly recognized that his curiosity about the non-magical world reflected a broader openness to different perspectives and ways of understanding life that would serve their family well in the challenging years ahead. His refusal to dismiss or demean things simply because they were different appealed to her own sense of fairness and justice. Molly's fierce protectiveness of those she loved was already evident during her Hogwarts years, when she would defend younger students from bullying and stand up to authority figures who treated people unfairly. Arthur was drawn to this strength of character, understanding that a woman capable of such loyalty and courage would be an ideal partner for building the kind of family he envisioned, one based on love rather than fear, acceptance rather than judgment. Their wedding took place during a brief lull in the war, celebrated by friends and family who understood that such moments of happiness were precious and might not be repeated. The ceremony was modest by pure blood standards, but rich in the things that truly mattered. The presence of people who loved them, vows spoken with genuine conviction, promises made in full understanding of the challenges they would face together. The early years of their marriage were marked by financial struggles that tested their commitment to each other and their shared values. Arthur's position at the ministry provided enough income for basic necessities, but little beyond that. while Molly's talents as a homemaker stretched every knut to its maximum value. Yet these hardships served to strengthen their partnership rather than weaken it, as they learned to rely on each other's strengths and support each other's weaknesses. When their first child was born, Bill brought with him a transformation in their relationship that prepared them for the larger family they would eventually create. Molly's nurturing instincts found their perfect expression in motherhood, while Arthur discovered that his capacity for wonder and delight made him an ideal father for children who would grow up surrounded by magic but never take its marvels for granted. Each subsequent child added new dimensions to their family dynamic while reinforcing the foundation of love and acceptance that Arthur and Molly had established from the beginning. Charlie's fascination with dragons, Percy's academic ambitions, the twins' creative mischief-making, Ron's loyalty, and Ginny's independent spirit were all nurtured and celebrated rather than suppressed or redirected according to parental expectations. The burrow that became their family home was a physical manifestation of their approach to relationships, a structure that had grown organically to accommodate new needs rather than being planned according to conventional architectural principles. Like their marriage and their family, it was somewhat chaotic but fundamentally sound, held together by love rather than rigid structure, welcoming to visitors who might not find comfort in more formal environments. Arthur and Molly's partnership in raising 7 children required a level of cooperation and mutual support that tested every aspect of their relationship. They developed systems for managing household responsibilities, disciplining children fairly, and maintaining their own connection despite the enormous demands of parenting. Their ability to present a united front while still allowing each other space to express individual perspectives provided their children with security and consistency. The financial pressures of supporting such a large family never entirely disappeared, but Arthur and Molly found ways to create richness in their children's lives through experiences and values rather than material possessions. Family traditions, shared meals, storytelling, and games cost little but provided memories and connections that would last their children's entire lives. Their love story continued to evolve throughout their children's growing years, adapting to new challenges while maintaining the essential compatibility that had first brought them together. They learned to communicate through the shorthand of long partnership, understanding each other's thoughts and needs without lengthy explanation, supporting each other's decisions even when they might have chosen differently themselves. When war returned to the wizarding world, Arthur and Molly faced the ultimate test of their partnership as they watched their children choose to involve themselves in dangerous resistance activities. Their different approaches to managing fear and uncertainty created some tension between them, but their fundamental agreement about values and priorities allowed them to work together in protecting their family while respecting their children's right to make their own moral choices. The Battle of Hogwarts brought devastating loss with Fred's death, a tragedy that could have destroyed a less solid marriage, but instead demonstrated the depth of Arthur and Molly's commitment to each other and their surviving children. Their grief was shared and supported, their healing process undertaken together, their determination to honor Fred's memory while continuing to live full lives achieved through mutual encouragement and understanding. In the aftermath of war, Arthur and Molly's relationship became a model for the broader wizarding community of how love could endure through any challenge, how commitment could transcend any difficulty, how ordinary people could achieve extraordinary results through simple dedication to treating each other with kindness and respect. Their grandchildren would grow up surrounded by the same unconditional acceptance that had characterized their approach to parenting, ensuring that their influence would continue to shape future generations. The final couple in our exploration of foundational relationships represents the tragedy that befalls love when it encounters forces too powerful for individual resistance to overcome. Kendra and Percival Dumbledore created a family in Godric's Hollow that was marked by intellectual curiosity, magical innovation, and deep affection between parents who shared similar values about education, discovery, and the importance of using magical abilities in service of the greater good. Their early years together were characterized by the joy of discovery, both in their magical research and in their growing understanding of each other as partners and eventually as parents. Percival's work as a wizard researcher was complemented by Kendra's practical wisdom and organizational skills, creating a household where learning was valued and curiosity was encouraged in all its forms. When their children were born, Albus, Aberforth, and finally Ariana, the family dynamic centered around fostering each child's individual talents while maintaining strong connections between all family members. Percival was fascinated by young Albus's precocious magical abilities and intellectual development, while Kendra ensured that all their children understood the importance of treating others with kindness regardless of their magical abilities or social status. The attack on 6-year-old Ariana by Muggle boys who had seen her performing magic shattered the family's peaceful existence and set in motion events that would destroy everything Kendra and Percival had built together. Percival's response to his daughter's trauma was driven by love and protective fury, but his use of magic against the Muggle children violated laws designed to maintain secrecy between magical and non-magical worlds. Kendra's anguish at watching her beloved husband sentenced to Azkaban prison for defending their daughter created impossible choices about how to protect their remaining family while honoring Percival's sacrifice. His death in prison meant that she became a single mother, responsible for 3 children, one of whom required constant care due to the trauma she had suffered. While managing her own grief and the social stigma associated with their family's circumstances, the love that Kendra and Percival had shared became a sustaining force for their children even after Percival's death, providing them with memories of what family devotion could achieve and examples of how love could motivate people to make extraordinary sacrifices for those they cherished most. Though their story ended in tragedy, their influence on their children's development, particularly Albus's understanding of love's power, would eventually contribute to the defeat of the darkest wizard of their time. In the ancient halls of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where stone walls have witnessed countless stories of growing hearts and tentative affections, the tender chronicles of young love unfold with all the sweetness and confusion that accompanies those first stirrings of romantic feeling. These are the stories of students whose hearts beat faster at glimpses across crowded corridors, whose dreams were filled with nervous anticipation of conversations that might never come, whose understanding of themselves expanded through the gentle exploration of what it meant to care for someone beyond friendship. The tale of Harry Potter's first romance carries within it all the complexity of a young man whose life had been shaped by loss before he was old enough to understand what family meant, let alone what love between 2 people might encompass. His attraction to Cho Chang began during his 3rd year at Hogwarts, sparked not by conversation or shared interests, but by a single moment during a Quidditch match when her grace and skill on a broomstick captured his attention with startling intensity. Cho Chang represented everything that Harry's limited experience had taught him to admire in others. She was talented without being boastful, beautiful without seeming to understand her own appeal, kind to younger students without making a show of her consideration. As seeker for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, she possessed the same position Harry held for Gryffindor, creating a connection between them that was based on shared understanding of the unique pressures and pleasures that came with their specialized role in the most popular sport of the wizarding world. Yet Harry's interest remained entirely one-sided through his third and fourth years, complicated by his own inexperience with romantic feelings and his complete inability to imagine that someone like Cho might ever return his affection. His attraction to her existed in the realm of admiration rather than expectation, a pleasant daydream that required nothing from her and promised nothing for himself beyond the simple pleasure of watching her move through the world with such apparent confidence and grace. The Triwizard Tournament created circumstances that would transform Harry's distant admiration into something approaching genuine heartbreak, though not in ways he could have anticipated. When champions were required to find partners for the Yule Ball, Harry's thoughts turned immediately to Cho as the person he most wanted to accompany him to what promised to be the most important social event of his Hogwarts career. The prospect of asking her to dance, of spending an entire evening in her company, of perhaps discovering whether she saw him as more than just another student, filled him with nervous excitement that made concentration on academic work nearly impossible. His devastation upon learning that Cho had already accepted Cedric Diggory's invitation was profound and personal, in ways that surprised him with their intensity. This was Harry's first experience with the particular pain of romantic rejection, though in this case the rejection was circumstantial rather than personal, based on timing rather than incompatibility. Cedric had simply acted with the confidence and social grace that Harry lacked, approaching Cho directly, rather than spending weeks building up courage for a conversation that might result in public humiliation. The Yule Ball itself became an exercise in torture for Harry as he watched Cho and Cedric together, observing their easy conversation and comfortable physical connection while struggling with emotions he had never been taught to understand or manage. His date with Parvati Patil was pleasant enough, but Harry's attention remained fixed on the couple across the dance floor, studying their interactions for signs that might indicate whether Cho's feelings for Cedric were serious or merely social convenience. The tragedy of Cedric's death during the final task of the Triwizard Tournament created an entirely different dynamic between Harry and Cho, one that was based on shared grief rather than mutual attraction. Harry had witnessed Cedric's murder and heard his final words, making him the only person who could provide Cho with complete information about her boyfriend's last moments. This gave Harry access to Cho's attention and emotional vulnerability, but under circumstances that made any romantic pursuit feel inappropriate and manipulative. Their first real conversation took place months after Cedric's death, when both were struggling with trauma that their peers couldn't fully understand. Cho's grief was complicated by guilt over her growing feelings for Harry, wondering whether her attraction to him represented betrayal of Cedric's memory or natural progression of her emotional life. Harry's own feelings were similarly complex, mixing genuine sympathy for her pain with continued romantic interest and confusion about whether his desire to comfort her was motivated by kindness or self-interest. The emotional foundation of their relationship was built on sadness and shared experience of loss rather than joy and mutual discovery, creating a dynamic that was inherently unstable and potentially unhealthy for both participants. Cho needed to process her grief over Cedric's death, while Harry needed to learn what healthy romantic relationships looked like, neither of which was possible when their connection was based primarily on tragic circumstances. Neither could control or resolve. Their first kiss took place during a visit to Hogsmeade, in the room of requirement that had been decorated for the holiday season with enchanted mistletoe that seemed determined to create romantic opportunities whether or not the people beneath it were prepared for such intimacy. The kiss itself was awkward and tentative, colored by Cho's tears and Harry's inexperience, but it represented a milestone for both of them, in terms of physical and emotional intimacy. Yet even this moment of connection was overshadowed by the complications that defined their entire relationship. Cho's tears during their kiss spoke to her continued grief over Cedric, rather than happiness about her growing feelings for Harry, while Harry's response to her tears revealed his complete lack of understanding about how to provide appropriate emotional support to someone processing complex grief. Their formal relationship, such as it was, lasted only a few months and was characterized more by misunderstanding and emotional confusion than by the happiness and mutual support that healthy romantic relationships provided. Cho's jealousy over Harry's friendship with Hermione Granger reflected her own insecurity about her place in Harry's life, while Harry's inability to understand her emotional needs demonstrated the limitations of his experience with intimate relationships of any kind. Their breakup was inevitable, given the unstable foundation of their connection, but it was precipitated by Harry's reaction to learning that Cho's friend Marietta Edgecombe had betrayed Dumbledore's army to Dolores Umbridge. His inability to separate Cho from her friend's actions, and his expectation that she should choose loyalty to him over loyalty to someone she had known for years, revealed the immaturity and self-centeredness that made him unsuitable for the kind of relationship Cho needed during her grieving process. The end of their romantic involvement was painful for both participants, but it also provided valuable learning experiences that would serve them well in future relationships. Harry gained understanding about the complexity of romantic feelings and the importance of timing in emotional connections, while Cho learned that grief could not be rushed or resolved through replacement relationships, however well-intentioned those relationships might be. Their brief time together also demonstrated the importance of shared values and compatible communication styles in romantic relationships. While Harry and Cho were both fundamentally good people who cared about justice and fairness, their different approaches to expressing emotion and processing difficult experiences made them poorly matched as romantic partners, regardless of whatever physical attraction existed between them. In later years, both Harry and Cho would remember their relationship with a mixture of fondness and regret, recognizing it as an important part of their emotional education, while acknowledging that it had been doomed from the beginning by circumstances neither could control. The lessons they learned from their failed romance would contribute to their eventual success in finding partners who were better suited to their personalities and emotional needs. The romance between Cho Chang and Cedric Diggory represented something entirely different from her later relationship with Harry Potter, based as it was on mutual attraction, shared interests, and the kind of easy compatibility that made their time together genuinely enjoyable for both participants. Their connection began during their mutual involvement with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff Quidditch teams, where their similar positions as seekers created natural opportunities for conversation and friendly competition. Cedric's approach to courting Cho was confident, but respectful, reflecting the social skills and emotional maturity that made him popular among students from all four houses. He asked her to accompany him to Hogsmeade with the straightforward honesty that characterized all his interactions, making his romantic interest clear, while giving her complete freedom to accept or decline his invitation without social pressure or emotional manipulation. Their early dates were characterized by the kind of easy conversation and comfortable silences that indicated genuine compatibility between two people who enjoyed each other's company. Without feeling the need to impress or perform, they shared similar values about fairness and academic achievement, similar approaches to friendship and social responsibility, similar views about the importance of treating all people with respect, regardless of their house affiliation or family background. The progression of their relationship from friendship to romance was natural and unhurried, allowing both participants to discover what they liked about intimate connection without pressure to move faster than felt comfortable. Cedric's experience with previous relationships gave him understanding about the importance of communication and mutual respect, while Cho's natural thoughtfulness helped her express her own needs and boundaries clearly. Their time together was marked by the small gestures and shared experiences that characterize healthy young relationships, studying together in the library, attending Quidditch matches to support each other's teams, exploring Hogsmeade during weekend visits, participating in school activities as a couple while maintaining their individual friendships and interests. The Yule Ball provided them with an opportunity to experience formal social events as a couple, requiring them to navigate the complex social dynamics of a major school function while representing their houses and managing the attention that came with being one of the most prominent couples in attendance. Their success at the ball, both in terms of their own enjoyment and their positive impact on the social atmosphere, demonstrated their compatibility and social grace. Cedric's selection as Hogwarts champion for the Triwizard Tournament created new pressures in their relationship, as Cho had to learn how to provide emotional support to someone facing life-threatening challenges while managing her own fears about his safety. Her ability to encourage him without being overprotective, to express concern without adding to his stress, showed the strength of her character and the depth of her feelings for him. Their relationship was cut short by Cedric's murder during the final task of the tournament, before either had had the opportunity to discover whether their connection was strong enough to survive the transition from school to adult life. The tragedy of his death meant that Cho was left with memories of a relationship that had been consistently positive and supportive, making her grief particularly intense and her eventual recovery more difficult. Cedric's influence on Cho's understanding of romantic relationships was entirely positive, teaching her to expect kindness, respect, and genuine affection from romantic partners, while demonstrating that healthy relationships enhanced rather than complicated the other aspects of life. This foundation would eventually help her recognize when later relationships failed to meet the standards he had helped her establish. The relationship between Ron Weasley and Lavender Brown illustrated the particular awkwardness that results when romantic involvement is based on circumstance and social pressure rather than genuine compatibility and mutual affection. Their connection began not through growing friendship or shared attraction, but through Ron's desire to prove his romantic competence to his sister Ginny, who had teased him about his lack of experience with kissing and dating. Ron's motivation for pursuing Lavender was fundamentally self-serving, designed to demonstrate his desirability to other people, rather than to explore genuine feelings for her as an individual. This foundation made their relationship inherently unstable and ultimately unfair to Lavender, who developed real feelings for someone who was using her primarily for social validation and personal confidence building. Lavender's approach to the relationship was entirely different, characterized by genuine enthusiasm for Ron's attention and sincere belief that their romantic involvement represented the beginning of a significant emotional connection. Her public displays of affection and constant need for Ron's attention reflected not manipulative behavior, but authentic expression of how she understood romantic relationships should function. The mismatch between their expectations and motivations created a dynamic that was uncomfortable for both participants, though in different ways. Ron found himself trapped in a relationship that provided none of the emotional satisfaction he had expected, while requiring constant performance of affection he didn't genuinely feel. Lavender experienced the confusion and hurt that comes from believing someone cares deeply while sensing that their actual level of investment is much lower than their words and actions suggest. Their time together was marked by the kind of public physical affection that made their classmates uncomfortable and revealed Ron's inexperience with appropriate boundaries in romantic relationships. His willingness to engage in constant kissing and touching seemed to indicate serious romantic involvement, while his private complaints about Lavender's attention demonstrated the dishonesty that characterized his approach to the entire situation. The relationship's end came through circumstances rather than honest conversation, when Ron was hospitalized after accidentally ingesting love potion and called out Hermione's name while unconscious. This incident forced both participants to acknowledge what had been obvious to observers for months, that Ron's heart was engaged elsewhere, and that Lavender deserved someone who could return her genuine affection with equally authentic feelings. Lavender's dignified response to their breakup demonstrated her fundamental kindness and emotional maturity, choosing to step back gracefully rather than fight for a relationship that had clearly run its course. Her ability to maintain friendships with other Gryffindor students, despite the awkwardness of the situation, showed the strength of her character and her understanding that romantic failures need not destroy other important relationships. The experience taught both participants valuable lessons about the importance of honesty in romantic relationships and the difference between genuine connection and social performance. Ron learned that using other people for emotional validation was harmful to everyone involved, while Lavender gained understanding about the importance of recognizing when romantic feelings are not reciprocated, regardless of what words or actions might suggest. The connection between Hermione Granger and Victor Krum represented something entirely different from the typical school romances that characterized most student relationships at Hogwarts. Their attraction was based on intellectual compatibility and mutual respect rather than physical appeal or social convenience, creating a foundation that was more solid than many relationships between peers of the same age and background. Victor's initial interest in Hermione was sparked by her obvious intelligence and academic achievement, qualities that he valued more highly than the physical beauty that typically attracted teenage attention. His own experience as an international Quidditch player had taught him to recognize genuine accomplishment and to appreciate people who excelled through dedication and hard work rather than natural advantages or social connections. Hermione's surprise at Victor's attention reflected her own assumptions about what qualities boys their age typically valued in potential romantic partners. Her academic success and intellectual intensity had made her somewhat isolated from typical teenage social dynamics, leaving her unprepared for the possibility that someone might find her scholarly nature attractive rather than intimidating or boring. Their time together during the Triwizard Tournament was characterized by conversations that ranged far beyond typical teenage topics, exploring questions about magical education in different countries, the ethics of competitive sports, the responsibilities that came with public recognition and achievement. These discussions revealed compatibility that went beyond surface attraction to encompass shared values about learning, achievement, and personal integrity. Victor's invitation to Hermione for the Yule Ball was significant not just because it provided her with a prestigious partner for the event, but because it represented recognition of her worth by someone whose opinion carried weight in the broader magical community. His status as an international athlete meant that his choice of companion would be noticed and discussed, making his selection of Hermione a public statement about what qualities he found admirable in other people. The ball itself provided them with an opportunity to experience formal social interaction as a couple, requiring Hermione to navigate unfamiliar territory while Victor demonstrated the social grace that his public career had helped him develop. Their success as a couple at the event surprised many observers who had not expected Hermione to possess the social skills necessary for such high-profile social interaction. Their correspondence continued long after Victor returned to Bulgaria, maintaining intellectual and emotional connection across geographic distance through letters that explored topics of mutual interest while sharing personal thoughts and experiences. This communication demonstrated the genuine affection and respect that had developed between them during their brief time together at Hogwarts. The eventual end of their romantic connection was due to practical considerations rather than loss of affection or compatibility. The geographic distance between them, combined with their respective commitments to education and career development, made maintaining a serious relationship difficult, despite their genuine feelings for each other. Victor's continued friendship with Hermione, evidenced by his attendance at Bill and Fleur's wedding years later, demonstrated the lasting impact of their connection and the possibility of transforming romantic relationships into enduring platonic bonds when circumstances make romance impractical, but mutual respect and affection remain strong. Their brief romance provided Hermione with valuable experience about her own worth and desirability, helping her understand that her intellectual nature was an asset rather than an obstacle in romantic relationships. For Victor, the connection offered insight into the kind of person whose company he truly enjoyed, regardless of public expectations or social conventions about appropriate romantic partnerships. The relationship between Ginny Weasley and Michael Corner represented Ginny's first serious exploration of romantic involvement with someone outside her immediate social circle, marking her transition from childhood crush on Harry Potter to genuine romantic experience with peers who could reciprocate her interest and attention. Michael's attraction to Ginny was sparked by her combination of intelligence, humor, and fierce independence, qualities that distinguished her from many of the girls in their year who seemed more concerned with social popularity than with developing their own interests and capabilities. Her confidence in expressing her opinions and her willingness to challenge authority when she believed it was wrong appealed to his own rebellious nature. Their initial connection was made during a defense against the dark arts meeting, organized by Harry Potter, but their relationship developed independently of those activities through shared interests in academic subjects and similar approaches to friendship and social interaction. Both valued loyalty and honesty in their relationships while maintaining the independence necessary for individual growth and development. The progression of their romantic involvement was natural and unhurried, allowing both participants to explore what they enjoyed about intimate connection while maintaining their individual identities and friendships. Ginny's experience with 6 older brothers had taught her to hold her own in relationships with confident young men, while Michael's previous romantic experience helped him understand the importance of treating partners with respect and consideration. Their time together was marked by the comfortable companionship and easy affection that characterizes healthy relationships between well-matched individuals. They attended school events together, studied in each other's company, maintained their individual friendships while developing shared social activities, and generally demonstrated the kind of balanced approach to romantic involvement that allowed both participants to continue growing as individuals. Ginny's increased confidence during this period was notable to everyone who knew her, as her relationship with Michael provided her with experience in expressing her romantic feelings and receiving positive attention from someone whose opinion she valued. This confidence would prove crucial in her eventual ability to interact normally with Harry Potter, whose previous attraction had rendered her nearly speechless during their early interactions. Their relationship ended not through any failure of compatibility or affection, but through Ginny's growing recognition that her feelings for Harry Potter had not disappeared, despite her involvement with Michael. Her honesty about these changing feelings, while painful for Michael, demonstrated the integrity that characterized her approach to all her relationships. Michael's gracious acceptance of their breakup, despite his disappointment, showed the maturity and respect that had made their relationship successful while it lasted. His continued friendship with other Gryffindor students and his lack of bitterness about the end of their romantic involvement demonstrated his understanding that relationships sometimes end for reasons that have nothing to do with the quality of connection between the participants. The relationship between Ginny Weasley and Dean Thomas represented her continued exploration of romantic relationships with peers who could provide her with experience in intimate connection while she continued to mature emotionally and socially. Their attraction was based on mutual physical appeal and shared interests in Quidditch and social activities, creating a foundation that was pleasant, if not particularly deep or challenging. Dean's approach to dating Ginny was relaxed and affectionate, reflecting his comfortable personality and his experience with casual romantic relationships that were meant to be enjoyable rather than intensely emotional or committed. His artistic nature appreciated Ginny's beauty and vivacious personality, while his easygoing temperament complemented her more fiery and intense emotional style. Their time together was characterized by the kind of light-hearted companionship and physical affection that typified many teenage relationships, filled with hand-holding, casual kissing, and the comfortable presence that comes when two people enjoy each other's company without feeling pressure to create something more significant than mutual attraction and compatible personalities. Yet their relationship was complicated from the beginning by Ginny's continued feelings for Harry Potter, which created an emotional distance that Dean could sense but not understand. Her distraction during their conversations, her preoccupation with Harry's activities and well-being, her obvious concern when Harry was injured or in danger, all indicated that her emotional investment was divided between her current boyfriend and someone else entirely. The tension created by this situation was exacerbated by Harry's growing awareness of his own romantic feelings for Ginny, leading to incidents where his presence would create awkwardness between Ginny and Dean that none of the three participants fully understood or knew how to address. The most notable of these occurred when Dean laughed about Harry being knocked unconscious by a bludger during a Quidditch match, triggering an angry response from Ginny that seemed disproportionate to the situation. Their breakup was precipitated by a seemingly minor incident involving physical contact that Ginny interpreted as overly controlling, though the real issue was her growing impatience with maintaining a relationship that prevented her from exploring her feelings for Harry. Dean's confusion about her sudden irritation with behavior she had previously accepted demonstrated how little he understood about the true dynamics affecting their relationship. The end of their romantic involvement was ultimately beneficial for both participants, freeing Dean to find someone who could invest in their relationship completely, while allowing Ginny to pursue the connection with Harry that she had been unable to forget despite her involvement with other people. Their brief time together provided both participants with valuable experience about their own preferences and needs in romantic relationships, helping them understand what they enjoyed about intimate connection, while recognizing when relationships had reached their natural conclusion through no fault of either participant. The relationship between Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson represented the epitome of Slytherin's social dynamics, combining political advantage with genuine personal affection in ways that reflected both the strengths and limitations of pure-blood wizarding culture. Their connection was based on shared values about social hierarchy, family honor, and the importance of maintaining appropriate connections within their social circle. Pansy's attraction to Draco was multifaceted, encompassing physical appeal, social status, and genuine appreciation for his intelligence and wit, while her own position as leader among the Slytherin girls made her a natural companion for someone in Draco's social position. Their relationship provided both participants with the kind of public validation and social support that was crucial for maintaining their status within Hogwarts' complex social hierarchy. Their early years together were characterized by the comfortable companionship of two people who understood each other's backgrounds, expectations, and social responsibilities without needing detailed explanation or justification. They shared similar views about blood purity, social propriety, and the importance of family loyalty, creating a foundation for their relationship that was solid within the context of their particular social environment. The intensity of Pansy's feelings for Draco was evident in her protective behavior toward him and her willingness to defend him against criticism from students outside Slytherin House. Her emotional investment in their relationship was deeper than his, though Draco clearly valued her companionship and relied on her support during difficult periods of his Hogwarts career. Their time together during the earlier years of their schooling was marked by the kind of exclusive coupling that characterized serious teenage relationships, with both participants making their romantic involvement central to their social identity and daily activities. They attended school events together, coordinated their academic and social activities, and generally presented themselves as a unified partnership to their peers and teachers. The Yule Ball during their 4th year provided them with an opportunity to demonstrate their compatibility as a couple in a formal social setting, where their shared understanding of pure-blood social conventions and their comfortable physical connection made them one of the more successful couples in attendance. Their ability to navigate the complex social dynamics of such events demonstrated the practical advantages of their matched backgrounds and expectations. However, their relationship began to deteriorate during Draco's 6th year, when the enormous pressure of his assignment from Voldemort created emotional distance that Pansy could sense but not understand. Draco's inability to share information about his dangerous mission, combined with his increasing isolation and desperation, made maintaining normal social relationships impossible, despite his genuine affection for Pansy. Pansy's confusion and hurt at Draco's withdrawal from their relationship was understandable given her lack of knowledge about the circumstances causing his behavior. Her attempts to provide support and comfort were met with rejection and irritation, creating a dynamic that was painful for both participants despite their mutual affection and long history together. Their eventual breakup was more a matter of drift than dramatic confrontation, as Draco became increasingly unable to maintain normal social connections, while Pansy gradually accepted that their relationship had been irrevocably changed by circumstances beyond either of their control. The end of their romantic involvement was sad rather than bitter, reflecting the genuine affection they had shared despite their inability to overcome external pressures. Their relationship provided both participants with valuable experience about the importance of communication and shared understanding in romantic partnerships, while demonstrating how external circumstances could destroy even well-established connections when those circumstances created insurmountable barriers to emotional intimacy and mutual support. In the shadowed corners of the wizarding world, where love becomes entangled with obsession and desire transforms into destruction, there exist relationships that serve as stark reminders of how deeply passion can wound when it flows through hearts unprepared for its power or twisted by circumstances beyond ordinary understanding. These are the stories of forbidden attractions and impossible devotions, of love that was doomed from its inception and connections that challenged every boundary that society and nature had established for the protection of both individuals and communities. The most tragic of these tales begins in the industrial town of Cokeworth, where a young Severus Snape first encountered the girl who would define every choice he made for the remainder of his life. Lily Evans possessed a quality of light that seemed to illuminate everything around her, transforming the grimy streets and smoke-stained buildings of their neighborhood into something approaching magical, even before either child understood that magic was indeed flowing through their veins. Their friendship began in childhood innocence, when differences of temperament and background seemed less important than shared wonder at the discovery that they were not alone in possessing abilities that set them apart from the ordinary world around them. Severus, withdrawn and suspicious after years of witnessing his father's violence and his mother's resignation, found in Lily someone who treated his knowledge of magic as fascinating rather than frightening, who listened to his explanations with genuine interest rather than the fearful dismissal he had learned to expect from others. Lily's natural warmth and inclusive spirit extended to the strange, intense boy who knew so much about magic and so little about normal social interaction. Her instinctive kindness made her willing to overlook Severus's awkward manner and defensive behavior, recognizing beneath his prickly exterior someone who was lonely and perhaps even more isolated than she was in their Muggle neighborhood, where neither truly belonged. The years they spent together before Hogwarts were marked by long conversations about magic and dreams of the future, explorations of their developing abilities, and shared anticipation of the education that awaited them. For Severus, these conversations represented his only experience of genuine friendship and acceptance, while for Lily, they provided intellectual stimulation and magical companionship that she could find nowhere else in her ordinary family environment. Yet even during these early years, observers might have noticed signs of the imbalance that would eventually destroy their connection. Severus's feelings for Lily carried an intensity that went beyond childhood friendship, encompassing not just affection but something approaching worship, as if her acceptance of him was the only thing that made his difficult life bearable. Lily's feelings, while genuine, were more naturally proportioned, representing one important relationship among many, rather than the single source of validation and hope. Their arrival at Hogwarts created new pressures and opportunities that would test their friendship in ways neither had anticipated. The Sorting Hat's decision to place them in different houses reflected fundamental differences in their characters and values that had been less apparent when they were simply two magical children in a non-magical world. Lily's placement in Gryffindor recognized her courage and her instinctive desire to protect others, while Severus's assignment to Slytherin acknowledged ambitions and loyalties that were more complex and potentially troubling. The social dynamics of their respective houses created gravitational pulls that drew them toward different groups of friends and different understandings of what their magical education should accomplish. Lily found herself surrounded by peers who shared her values about fairness and justice, who encouraged her natural leadership abilities and supported her academic achievements without expecting anything in return. Severus was drawn into a circle that valued cunning and ambition above kindness, that saw power as something to be accumulated rather than shared, that viewed others primarily in terms of their usefulness rather than their inherent worth. The growing divide between them was exacerbated by Severus's increasing fascination with dark arts, a subject that represented forbidden knowledge and potential power to someone who had spent his childhood feeling powerless against forces beyond his control. His exploration of curses and hexes was driven partly by intellectual curiosity, but also by desire for the kind of strength that might protect him from future humiliation and vulnerability. Lily's discomfort with Severus's magical interests reflected not just moral qualms about dark arts, but growing recognition that her friend was changing in fundamental ways that alarmed her. The boy who had once shared her wonder at magic's benevolent possibilities was becoming someone who saw magic primarily as a weapon, who spoke admiringly of wizards whose reputations were built on fear rather than accomplishment, who seemed to be losing touch with the values they had once shared. Their arguments about his choice of friends and magical interests became increasingly frequent and bitter, reflecting deeper disagreements about the kind of people they wanted to become and the kind of world they wanted to help create. Lily's attempts to maintain their friendship, while expressing her concerns about his choices, put Severus in the impossible position of having to choose between the only person whose approval he truly valued and the path that seemed to offer him the power and respect he desperately craved. The presence of James Potter in their lives added another layer of complexity to an already strained relationship. James's obvious attraction to Lily and his equally obvious disdain for Severus created a triangle of tension that made neutral coexistence impossible. James represented everything that Severus was not: confident, popular, financially secure, naturally gifted at magic without seeming to work for his achievements. surrounded by friends who admired rather than feared him. Severus's hatred of James was intensified by his awareness that Lily's initial dislike of Potter's arrogance and show-off behavior was gradually softening as James matured and began demonstrating the leadership and genuine kindness that lay beneath his teenage bravado. Watching someone he despised slowly win the affection of someone he loved created a form of torture that fed Severus's growing bitterness and reinforced his attraction to power that could be used against those who seemed to possess natural advantages. The incident that destroyed their friendship forever occurred during their 5th year, when James's public humiliation of Severus provoked a response that revealed how completely Severus had absorbed the worst values of his Slytherin associates. The word mudblood that he hurled at Lily in his anger and humiliation was not simply an insult, but a rejection of everything she represented, a declaration that his wounded pride was more important than her feelings, that his association with blood purists had become more central to his identity than his love for her. Lily's response to this betrayal was swift and final, representing not just personal hurt, but recognition that Severus had chosen a path that made continued friendship impossible. Her refusal to accept his apologies or listen to his explanations demonstrated her understanding that some words could not be taken back, that some choices revealed character in ways that could not be explained away by circumstances or emotional distress. The years that followed their estrangement were marked by Severus's desperate attempts to prove himself worthy of forgiveness through achievements and sacrifices that Lily would never know about and could never accept even if she had known. His decision to become a Death Eater was motivated partly by belief in their ideology, but also by desire for the kind of power that might somehow make him worthy of someone whose values he had rejected but whose approval he still desperately craved. When news of Lily's engagement to James Potter reached Severus, the pain was so intense that it drove him to make choices that would define the remainder of his life. His decision to bring Voldemort's attention to the prophecy about Harry Potter was motivated by jealousy and desire for revenge against James, without full consideration of the consequences for Lily herself. Only when he realized that his actions had endangered the only person he had ever loved did he begin to understand the true cost of the path he had chosen. His desperate plea to Voldemort for Lily's life, followed by his offer to serve Dumbledore in exchange for her protection, represented the first genuinely selfless acts of his adult life. Yet even these gestures were tainted by the possessive nature of his feelings. His inability to accept that saving Lily might mean accepting her happiness with someone else. His continued belief that love gave him some claim to her, despite his rejection of everything she valued. Lily's death transformed Severus's obsession into something approaching redemption, though the change was gradual and incomplete. His protection of Harry Potter was motivated initially by guilt and desire to honor Lily's memory, rather than genuine care for her son. But over time, it evolved into something more complex, encompassing both his need to atone for his role in her death and his growing understanding of what true sacrifice actually meant. The love that Severus carried for Lily throughout his life was genuine in its intensity, but flawed in its understanding of what love actually required. His inability to respect her choices, to value her happiness above his own desires, to accept that love sometimes meant letting go, prevented him from ever achieving the kind of relationship with her that might have brought happiness to both of them. Yet his devotion also demonstrated love's capacity to inspire transformation, even when that transformation came too late to repair the damage that had been done. His protection of Harry, his double-agent work against Voldemort, his ultimate sacrifice of his own life, all represented attempts to earn forgiveness for failures that could never truly be undone, but might perhaps be balanced by services that honored Lily's memory and protected the son she had died defending. The relationship between Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald represents perhaps the most complex and tragic example of how intellectual compatibility and shared ambition can combine with romantic attraction to create something that threatens the very foundations of civilized society. Their story begins with the meeting of two extraordinary minds during a period when both were young enough to believe that their superior abilities gave them the right to reshape the world according to their vision of what would benefit the greater good. Dumbledore's arrival in Godric's Hollow following his graduation from Hogwarts was motivated by family duty rather than choice. The necessity of caring for his damaged sister and irresponsible brother after their parents' deaths, having derailed his plans for traveling the world and pursuing advanced magical research. His brilliant mind, accustomed to constant stimulation and intellectual challenge, found little satisfaction in the domestic responsibilities that now consumed his days. Into this environment of frustrated potential and reluctant obligation came Gellert Grindelwald, whose own exceptional abilities and charismatic personality made him exactly the kind of companion that Dumbledore had been craving without realizing it. Here was someone who could match Dumbledore's intellectual pace, who shared his fascination with magical theory and historical research, who possessed the kind of vision and ambition that Dumbledore had been forced to suppress in the interests of family responsibility. Their initial conversations about the Deathly Hallows revealed not just shared academic interests, but compatible philosophies about power and responsibility that would prove to be dangerously seductive to both participants. The idea that those with superior magical abilities had not just the right, but the obligation to guide and govern those less capable, appealed to young men who had spent their entire educational careers being told they were exceptional, that their talents destined them for greatness. The romantic dimension of their relationship developed naturally from intellectual compatibility and mutual admiration. Two brilliant young men recognizing in each other the only person they had ever met who could truly understand the scope of their abilities and ambitions. Their letters during the brief period of their association reveal the intoxicating excitement of minds that had found their perfect match, companions who could explore ideas that others would find incomprehensible or frightening. Yet from the beginning, their relationship contained seeds of the destruction that would ultimately consume it. Dumbledore's attraction to Grindelwald was based partly on the other man's confidence and lack of moral restraint, qualities that allowed him to pursue goals that Dumbledore desired but was too ethical to seek directly. Through Grindelwald, Dumbledore could experience the thrill of unlimited ambition while maintaining some psychological distance from its moral implications. Grindelwald's feelings for Dumbledore were equally complex, combining genuine affection and intellectual respect with recognition that Dumbledore's superior magical abilities and natural leadership could be essential tools for achieving the world domination that Grindelwald envisioned. His ability to inspire Dumbledore to abandon long-held moral principles demonstrated both the depth of their emotional connection and the manipulative skill that would later make him so dangerous to the broader wizarding world. Their plans for achieving magical supremacy over the non-magical world were developed during weeks of intense conversation and collaborative theorizing that represented the most intellectually stimulating period either had ever experienced. The vision they constructed together encompassed not just political control, but complete restructuring of society, according to principles that would supposedly benefit everyone by placing power in the hands of those most capable of wielding it wisely. The blood pact they made to bind themselves to each other and their shared cause represented both the pinnacle of their emotional connection and the moment when their relationship became truly dangerous to themselves and others. This magical commitment prevented either from acting directly against the other, while ensuring that their destinies would remain intertwined, regardless of whatever conflicts might arise between them. The confrontation that ended their partnership began with Aberforth Dumbledore's entirely reasonable objections to plans that would require Albus to abandon his family responsibilities in pursuit of megalomaniacal fantasies. The three-way duel that erupted from this confrontation was chaotic and desperate, each participant using magic that was more powerful than any of them could fully control, spells and curses that reflected years of frustration and resentment suddenly given violent expression. Ariana's death during this battle represented the ultimate cost of allowing romantic obsession to override moral judgment and family responsibility. The tragedy was made worse by the uncertainty about which of the three combatants had cast the curse that killed her, ensuring that all would carry guilt and blame that could never be definitively resolved or fairly distributed. Grindelwald's immediate departure following Ariana's death demonstrated both his recognition of the magnitude of what had occurred and his inability to face the consequences of choices that had seemed exciting when they remained theoretical, but became horrifying when they resulted in actual tragedy. His abandonment of Dumbledore in the moment of greatest crisis revealed the ultimately selfish nature of feelings that had masqueraded as love, but had actually been based more on mutual utility than genuine care. The decades that followed their separation were marked by Grindelwald's rise to power through methods that increasingly revealed his true character, while Dumbledore struggled with guilt and regret that shaped every subsequent choice he made about power and responsibility. The blood pact that still bound them prevented Dumbledore from taking direct action against Grindelwald's growing influence, though it could not prevent him from recognizing the terrible consequences of their youthful collaboration. Their final confrontation in 1945 represented not just a magical duel between two of the most powerful wizards of their generation, but a reckoning with choices made decades earlier when both had believed themselves above the moral constraints that governed ordinary people. Dumbledore's victory was achieved not through superior magical ability, but through superior understanding of love's true nature and power's proper limitations. Grindelwald's imprisonment in the tower he had built for his own enemies provided him with decades to contemplate the relationship that had set him on his path to destruction. His final act of protecting Dumbledore from Voldemort's interrogation demonstrated that some connection remained between them, despite everything that had occurred, though whether this represented love, respect, or simply recognition of their shared responsibility for each other's choices remained ambiguous. The story of Tom Riddle Sr. and Merope Gaunt represents the darkest possible outcome when desperate love combines with magical coercion to create a relationship that violates every principle of consent and mutual respect. Their connection began not through natural attraction or shared interests, but through Merope's use of love potions to manufacture feelings that her target would never have developed voluntarily. Merope Gaunt's life prior to her obsession with Tom Riddle had been marked by poverty, abuse, and complete social isolation that left her with no understanding of how healthy relationships developed or what love actually required from both participants. Her father and brother treated her with contempt and violence that convinced her she was worthless and unlovable, while her magical abilities were suppressed and dismissed rather than nurtured and developed. The Gaunt family's obsession with blood purity and their descent from Salazar Slytherin had created a household where pride in magical heritage coexisted with grinding poverty and social dysfunction. Merope grew up believing that her bloodline made her superior to non-magical people, while experiencing daily evidence that this supposed superiority provided no actual benefits in terms of happiness, security, or social connection. Her fascination with Tom Riddle Sr. represented her first experience of attraction to someone outside her toxic family environment, but her complete lack of social skills and normal romantic experience made it impossible for her to imagine approaching him through conventional means. The handsome, wealthy young muggle seemed to exist in a different world entirely, one where her poverty and peculiar family background would make her completely unacceptable as a romantic partner. The love potion she used to capture Tom's affection was probably the most advanced magic Merope had ever attempted, requiring skills and knowledge that she had developed in secret despite her family's efforts to suppress her magical education. The success of her enchantment demonstrated considerable magical ability, but also revealed how completely she misunderstood the nature of the feelings she was trying to create. The months of their relationship under the influence of magical coercion created a grotesque parody of romantic love that satisfied Merope's desperate need for affection, while completely violating Tom's autonomy and free will. Her belief that the potion was creating genuine love rather than artificial compulsion reflected both her inexperience with normal relationships and her willingness to prioritize her own needs above her victim's rights. Dignity. Tom's behavior, while under the influence of the love potion, appeared to outside observers to represent genuine romantic attachment, complete with the kind of devotion and attention that Merope had always craved but never received from anyone else. His apparent willingness to abandon his previous social circle and lifestyle in favor of life with someone from a completely different background seemed to indicate powerful feelings that transcended practical considerations about compatibility and social expectations. Merope's pregnancy during this period added another layer of complexity to an already problematic situation, as she began to believe that their child would create permanent bonds between them that would survive even if the magical coercion was removed. Her growing confidence in the relationship encouraged her to believe that Tom's feelings had become genuine through proximity and shared experience, that the love potion had simply provided the initial attraction necessary for real love to develop naturally. Her decision to discontinue the love potion was motivated by a combination of guilt about the deception and optimism about Tom's feelings, but also by practical considerations about the magical and physical toll that maintaining such powerful enchantments was taking on her health. She convinced herself that their time together and her pregnancy would be sufficient to maintain his affection even without magical coercion. Tom's immediate departure, upon regaining his natural mental state, demonstrated the complete absence of genuine feeling that the love potion had concealed. His horror and revulsion at discovering how his will had been manipulated, combined with his complete lack of attachment to either Merope or their unborn child, revealed the true nature of what she had believed was love, but had actually been magical violation. The aftermath of Tom's abandonment left Merope alone and pregnant, facing poverty and social isolation that were even more devastating than what she had experienced in her abusive family home. Her belief that love could be created through magical coercion had resulted not in the happy relationship she had envisioned, but in complete rejection and abandonment when her victim regained the ability to make his own choices. The birth of Tom Marvolo Riddle in a London orphanage represented the ultimate consequence of a relationship based on deception and coercion rather than mutual affection and respect. Merope's death shortly after childbirth meant that their son would grow up without love from either parent, inheriting not just magical abilities but also the psychological damage that resulted from being conceived through violation rather than genuine connection. The child who would become Lord Voldemort thus began life as living evidence of love's corruption when it becomes possessive and coercive rather than generous and respectful. His inability to understand or experience genuine love could be traced directly to his origin as the product of a relationship where love had been counterfeit from the very beginning, where one parent had been victimized and the other had been unwanted and abandoned. In the bustling magical community of 1920s New York, where jazz music mixed with spell song and skyscrapers reached towards stars that held different meanings for magical and non-magical citizens alike, Another tragic love story unfolded between two people whose different natures should have made their connection impossible, but whose hearts refused to acknowledge the barriers that law and society had constructed between them. Queenie Goldstein possessed a rare gift for reading minds that made her extraordinarily empathetic to others' feelings while simultaneously isolating her from normal social relationships. Her ability to hear thoughts rather than simply words meant that she experienced the world with an emotional intensity that few people could understand, feeling not just her own emotions but the constantly changing moods and reactions of everyone around her. Jacob Kowalski represented everything that American magical law said was forbidden to someone in Queenie's position. He was a no-mage, whose exposure to magic should have been limited to memory modification, whose continued awareness of the wizarding world violated regulations designed to maintain the secrecy that protected both magical and non-magical communities from conflict and misunderstanding. Their initial meeting occurred under circumstances that should have made any ongoing relationship impossible. When Jacob's accidental exposure to magical creatures and environments required the kind of memory modification that would erase not just his knowledge of magic but any recollection of the people he had met during his brief introduction to the wizarding world. Yet Queenie's immediate attraction to his kindness and genuine nature made the prospect of erasing their connection almost unbearable to contemplate. Jacob's response to discovering the magical world was characterized by wonder and acceptance rather than fear or rejection, revealing a breadth of imagination and openness to new experiences that made him unusual among no-mage who encountered magic accidentally. His natural kindness and lack of prejudice about differences made him accept magical people as simply another form of diversity, rather than threat or aberration requiring careful management. Their courtship was conducted entirely outside the boundaries of legal magical society, requiring secrecy and deception that added stress to what should have been a naturally developing relationship. Queenie's ability to read Jacob's thoughts provided her with perfect understanding of his feelings, while creating an intimacy that was deeper than what most couples achieved after years of conventional relationship development. Jacob's lack of legilimency abilities meant that their relationship was fundamentally unbalanced, with Queenie having access to his every thought while he remained dependent on her words and actions for understanding her feelings and motivations. This disparity created dynamics that were inherently problematic, despite the genuine affection both participants felt for each other. The legal barriers to their relationship were not merely bureaucratic inconveniences, but reflected deeper concerns about the safety and welfare of both magical and non-magical communities. Laws preventing fraternization between wizards and no-mage had been developed through painful experience of what could happen when magical secrets were exposed accidentally, or when cultural differences created conflicts that individual good intentions could not resolve. Queenie's decision to use love potions to overcome Jacob's resistance to marriage demonstrated how completely her desperation had corrupted her judgment and moral compass. Her belief that she knew what was best for both of them, regardless of Jacob's own feelings and concerns, reflected the same possessive attitude toward love that had destroyed other relationships when one person's needs became more important than their partner's autonomy and right to make their own choices. Jacob's horror at discovering that his consent had been magically compromised revealed his understanding that love required genuine choice from both participants, that relationships based on coercion were fundamentally different from those built on mutual respect and voluntary commitment. His response to the violation demonstrated the strength of character that had initially attracted Queenie, while highlighting the moral boundaries she had crossed in her desperation to achieve the relationship she wanted. The broader political context of their relationship was complicated by Grindelwald's rise to power and his manipulation of legitimate grievances about magical-non-magical relations to serve his own agenda of magical supremacy. Queenie's vulnerability to his propaganda reflected her genuine frustration with laws that prevented her happiness, while revealing how personal grievances could be exploited by those seeking to destroy the social structures that, however imperfect, prevented far worse outcomes. Her decision to join Grindelwald represented the ultimate failure of love to overcome political and social pressures, demonstrating how individual relationships could be destroyed by forces larger than the feelings between two people. Jacob's desperate attempts to prevent her defection revealed his understanding that the woman he loved was making choices that would ultimately destroy not just their relationship, but her own moral character. The tragedy of their separation was intensified by mutual recognition that their feelings for each other were genuine and strong, that under different circumstances they might have achieved the happiness they both desired. The laws that prevented their marriage were not motivated by malice, but by practical concerns about social stability and individual safety. Yet the human cost of these regulations was evident in the pain experienced by two good people whose only crime was loving each other. Their story represented the broader tensions between individual desire and social responsibility that characterized magical society's relationship with the non-magical world, demonstrating how even well-intentioned regulations could create suffering for people caught between different worlds and different sets of expectations about what relationships were possible and appropriate. The resolution of their relationship remained uncertain, dependent on changes in magical law and social attitudes that might take generations to achieve, if they occurred at all. Their love story served as a reminder that individual happiness sometimes required social changes that were difficult to achieve and impossible to guarantee, that love alone was not always sufficient to overcome the barriers that history and politics had created between different communities. Yet, their connection also demonstrated love's capacity to transcend artificial boundaries and inspire people to question social structures that prevented human flourishing, suggesting that relationships like theirs might eventually contribute to the kind of social change that would make similar love stories possible in the future. In the darkest hours of the wizarding world, when shadows crept through once safe corridors and fear became as commonplace as morning tea, love stories unfolded with an urgency and intensity that peacetime could never produce. These were relationships forged in the crucible of war, tested by forces that sought to destroy not just individuals, but the very foundations of the society they were fighting to preserve. Here, in the space between hope and despair, between life and death, between courage and surrender, hearts found each other with desperate clarity, understanding that time was the most precious gift they could offer and receive. The transformation of James Potter from arrogant schoolboy to worthy partner for someone as remarkable as Lily Evans represents one of the most profound character developments in the annals of magical romance, a journey that required him to abandon everything shallow and self-serving in his nature while nurturing the genuine nobility that had always existed beneath his youthful swagger and need for attention. During their early years at Hogwarts, James's behavior toward Lily was characterized by the kind of showboating and attention-seeking that revealed his complete misunderstanding of what qualities she might find attractive in a potential partner. His attempts to impress her through displays of magical prowess, his casual cruelty towards students he perceived as inferior, his assumption that his family wealth and Quidditch fame should automatically make him desirable, all demonstrated an immaturity that made genuine romantic connection impossible. Lily's consistent rejection of his advances was based not on personal dislike, but on accurate assessment of his character during those formative years. She recognized the potential for goodness that existed within him, but refused to accept promises of future improvement when his current behavior contradicted every value she held dear about how people should treat each other, particularly those who were vulnerable or different. The incident with Severus Snape during their 5th year, when James publicly humiliated someone who was already isolated and defensive, represented the nadir of his moral development, but also served as a crucial turning point in his understanding of how his actions affected others. Lily's furious response to his behavior forced him to confront the reality that his casual cruelty had real consequences for real people, that his entertainment was purchased through others' suffering. The summer following that confrontation marked the beginning of James's genuine transformation, as he began to understand that earning Lily's respect would require becoming someone worthy of it, rather than simply convincing her to lower her standards. His decision to stop publicly asking her for dates was motivated not by loss of interest, but by recognition that his previous approaches had been fundamentally selfish, focused on his own desires, rather than her comfort and autonomy. His 6th year at Hogwarts was characterized by consistent demonstration of the maturity and genuine kindness that Lily had always insisted were necessary prerequisites for any romantic relationship with her. His improvement in treating other students, his assumption of greater responsibility as a prefect, his willingness to help others without expectation of recognition or reward, all represented genuine changes in character rather than performative behavior designed to impress a particular person. Lily's growing awareness of James's transformation was gradual and cautious, reflecting her understanding that temporary behavioral changes were different from fundamental character development. Her conversations with mutual friends who confirmed that James's improved behavior was consistent and private, as well as public, gradually convinced her that his changes represented authentic growth rather than elaborate deception. Their first real conversation as equals occurred during their 7th year, when shared responsibilities as head boy and head girl required them to work together on projects that revealed their compatibility in ways that casual social interaction never could have demonstrated. These collaborations allowed Lily to discover that James possessed not just courage and magical ability, but intelligence, humor, and genuine concern for others' welfare that had been obscured by his previous immaturity. James's approach to courting Lily during their final year at Hogwarts was characterized by patience and respect that demonstrated how completely he had internalized the lessons of his earlier failures. His willingness to accept friendship without pushing for romantic advancement, his consistent demonstration of the values she had always said were important to her, his growing reputation among students and faculty as someone who could be trusted with important responsibilities, all contributed to her gradual recognition that he had become someone she could genuinely admire and potentially love. Their first kiss occurred during a quiet moment in the head's common room, emerging naturally from conversation and shared laughter rather than elaborate romantic gestures or dramatic declarations. The simplicity and naturalness of the moment reflected how their relationship had developed through genuine compatibility and mutual respect rather than manipulation or artificial circumstances. The progression from friendship to romance was swift once Lily acknowledged her changing feelings, as both participants discovered that the foundation of trust and shared values they had built made deeper intimacy feel natural and right, rather than rushed or premature. Their remaining months at Hogwarts were marked by the kind of easy happiness and comfortable partnership that indicated genuine compatibility and bright prospects for their future together. Their decision to marry shortly after graduation was motivated partly by their desire to formalize their commitment, but also by awareness that war was approaching and that time might be limited for the kind of normal relationship development that peacetime would have allowed. Their wedding was small but joyful, attended by friends who had watched their relationship develop and family members who were delighted to see two exceptional young people find happiness together. The early months of their marriage were spent establishing their household while both began careers with the Ministry of Magic that would allow them to contribute to the war effort against Voldemort's rising power. James's work as an Auror trainee was complemented by Lily's research in protective magic, creating a partnership where their professional and personal lives reinforced each other in service of causes larger than their individual ambitions. Their decision to join the Order of the Phoenix represented shared commitment to fighting against forces that threatened everything they valued about the wizarding world. Both understood that their involvement would place them in mortal danger, but both also recognized that refusing to act would be a betrayal of their fundamental beliefs about responsibility and moral courage. The birth of Harry Potter brought new dimensions to their relationship, as they adjusted to parenthood while continuing their resistance activities. Their love for their son was immediate and absolute, but it also created new vulnerabilities as they understood that their choices about risk and safety now affected someone who had no voice in those decisions and no ability to protect himself from the consequences. The prophecy that identified Harry as a potential threat to Voldemort's power transformed their family from active participants in the war to primary targets requiring constant protection and secrecy. Their decision to go into hiding under the Fidelius charm required enormous sacrifice of autonomy and social connection, but both accepted these limitations without complaint as necessary measures to protect their child and preserve their family unit. The months they spent in hiding at Godric's Hollow were marked by the kind of intense family bonding that might have taken years to develop under normal circumstances. Confined to their home with only each other for company, James and Lily discovered new depths in their relationship while delighting in every stage of Harry's early development, creating memories that would sustain them through the dangers they knew were approaching. Their final night together was spent in the comfortable routine of family life, with no awareness that Voldemort had discovered their location and was approaching with murderous intent. The normalcy of their last hours together, James playing with Harry while Lily prepared for bedtime routines, represented the kind of ordinary domestic happiness that they had been fighting to preserve for all wizarding families. James's death in defense of his family demonstrated the courage and selflessness that had made him worthy of Lily's love. His willingness to sacrifice his own life without hesitation when Harry's safety required it. His final moments were spent not in fear for himself, but in desperate hope that his sacrifice might provide Lily and Harry with enough time to escape or defend themselves against the attack. Lily's death while protecting Harry represented the ultimate expression of maternal love, her willingness to die rather than step aside and allow her son's murder, creating the magical protection that would save Harry's life and ultimately lead to Voldemort's downfall. Her final act demonstrated that love was indeed more powerful than the darkest magic, capable of creating protections that conventional spells could never achieve. Their deaths at age 21 cut short a love story that had promised decades of happiness and partnership, but their sacrifice ensured that their son would survive to carry forward their values and eventually complete the work of destroying the evil they had died fighting. Their love story became part of Harry's protection, a reminder that he was cherished absolutely, and that his parents' love would continue to shield him even beyond their deaths. The tragic fate of Alice and Frank Longbottom represents another form of love tested by war, though their suffering took the form of living death rather than martyrdom. Their relationship had been characterized by shared dedication to justice and mutual support in the dangerous work of hunting dark wizards, creating a partnership that was both romantic and professional in the deepest sense of both terms. Alice and Frank met during their Auror training, where both distinguished themselves through exceptional magical ability and unwavering moral courage. Their attraction was based on mutual respect and admiration for qualities that went far beyond physical appeal to encompass shared values about the importance of protecting innocent people from those who would harm them for personal gain or ideological purposes. Their courtship was conducted against the backdrop of escalating violence, as Voldemort's influence spread throughout the wizarding world, creating urgency in their relationship that might not have existed during peacetime, but also testing their commitment to each other when external pressures made personal happiness seem almost selfish in the face of widespread suffering. Their decision to marry was motivated by genuine love and desire to build a life together, but also by practical understanding that war created uncertainties that made waiting for perfect circumstances a luxury they could not afford. Their wedding was attended by fellow Aurors and Order members who understood the courage required to make commitments to happiness when the future was so uncertain. Their work as partners in the field required a level of trust and communication that strengthened their personal relationship while testing every aspect of their professional competence. They learned to anticipate each other's movements in combat, to provide support without being asked, to make split-second decisions that might mean the difference between life and death for both of them. The birth of Neville Longbottom added new complexity to their relationship as they balanced their roles as parents with their continued commitment to the war effort. Both understood that their son needed them to survive, but both also recognized that failing to fight against Voldemort would create a world where Neville could never be safe regardless of whatever personal protections they might provide. Their capture by Death Eaters was the result of intelligence gathering that revealed their importance to Order operations and their potential knowledge of information that could be valuable to Voldemort's cause. The torture they endured was designed not just to extract information, but to serve as an example to other Aurors of the consequences of opposing the Dark Lord's will. The Cruciatus curse that destroyed their minds was applied with systematic cruelty by Bellatrix Lestrange and her associates, who understood that driving enemies insane could be more demoralizing to their allies than simple murder. The prolonged application of the torture curse caused damage that no magical healing could repair, leaving two brilliant and capable people reduced to childlike confusion and permanent residence in the long-term care ward of Street Mungo's hospital. Their survival in damaged form created a different kind of tragedy than death would have represented, as their families were forced to grieve for people who were still physically present but mentally absent. The daily visits from Neville and his grandmother represented both devotion to family and painful reminder of what had been lost to the war's violence. Yet even in their damaged state, Alice and Frank remained together, their hospital beds placed side by side in recognition of the bond that had sustained them through years of marriage and partnership. Their continued physical presence in each other's lives, even without conscious recognition of their relationship, suggested that some connections transcended the boundaries of normal mental function. The relationship between Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks began under circumstances that seemed designed to prevent romantic connection, involving, as it did, a man convinced of his own unworthiness, and a woman determined to prove that love could overcome any obstacle. Their story represents triumph over self-doubt and social prejudice, though that triumph was brief and paid for with the ultimate sacrifice. Remus's lycanthropy had shaped every aspect of his adult life, creating isolation and self-loathing that made normal relationships seem impossible. His monthly transformations into a dangerous creature, combined with Wizarding Society's prejudice against werewolves, had convinced him that romantic involvement would inevitably bring suffering to anyone foolish enough to care about him. Tonks's attraction to Remus was based on recognition of qualities that his own self-doubt prevented him from seeing: his intelligence, kindness, moral courage, and capacity for loyalty that had sustained his friendships with James, Sirius, and Peter despite the secrets he had been forced to keep. Her oral training had taught her to look beyond surface appearances to recognize genuine character, making her immune to the prejudices that affected others' perceptions of werewolves. Their initial interactions during order meetings were characterized by Tonks's obvious interest and Remus's careful maintenance of appropriate distance, his refusal to encourage feelings that he believed could only lead to disappointment and pain. His politeness and kindness toward her, combined with his consistent rejection of her romantic overtures, created a dynamic that was frustrating for both participants. Tonks's persistence in pursuing Remus reflected not stubborn refusal to accept rejection, but genuine understanding that his resistance was based on false beliefs about his own worth, rather than lack of romantic interest. Her ability to see through his self-protective barriers, to recognize the loneliness and desire for connection that he worked so hard to conceal, gave her insight into what he actually needed, rather than what he claimed to want. The gradual development of their relationship required Remus to confront beliefs about himself that had been reinforced by years of social rejection and internalized shame. Tonks's consistent demonstration that she valued his company and respected his character despite full knowledge of his lycanthropy forced him to question assumptions that had governed his approach to relationships since his transformation during childhood. Their first acknowledgement of mutual romantic feelings occurred during a moment of crisis when both were forced to confront the possibility that they might not survive the war, making their personal happiness seem less important than honesty about their feelings. The recognition that time might be limited gave them courage to risk vulnerability that fear of future pain had previously prevented. The early stages of their romantic relationship were complicated by Remus's continued insecurity about his worthiness as a partner, and Tonks's struggle to convince him that her feelings were based on genuine affection rather than pity or misguided idealism. Their different approaches to processing doubt and fear created occasional tension, but also provided opportunities for deeper understanding of each other's emotional needs. Their marriage was conducted during the darkest period of the war, when Voldemort's control over magical society made any celebration of love and hope seem like an act of resistance against forces that sought to destroy all sources of happiness and human connection. Their wedding ceremony was small and private, but their joy was genuine and profound. The discovery of Tonks's pregnancy brought both celebration and new fears, as both parents to be understood that bringing a child into the world during wartime created responsibilities and vulnerabilities that they would have to navigate while continuing their resistance activities. Their son's birth represented hope for the future, while intensifying their determination to create a world where he could grow up safely. Their deaths during the Battle of Hogwarts occurred while both were fighting to protect the school and its inhabitants from forces that would have destroyed everything they valued about the wizarding world. Their final sacrifice ensured that their son would inherit a world where werewolves and other marginalized magical beings might eventually find acceptance and equality. The connection between Bill Weasley and Fleur Delacour represented love's ability to transcend surface appearances and social expectations, demonstrating that genuine attraction was based on character and compatibility rather than conventional beauty or cultural similarity. Their relationship challenged assumptions about what made people suitable partners, while proving that authentic affection could overcome obstacles that seemed insurmountable. Bill's initial attraction to Fleur was certainly influenced by her Veela heritage and the magical allure that made her irresistible to most men, but his continued interest was based on recognition of intelligence and strength of character that went far beyond supernatural beauty. His experience with curse breaking had taught him to look beneath surface appearances to understand true nature, skills that served him well in recognizing Fleur's genuine qualities. Fleur's feelings for Bill developed more gradually, as her experience with men who were attracted primarily to her appearance had made her cautious about romantic involvement. His ability to see past her Vela nature to appreciate her intelligence and accomplishments made him unusual among her suitors, while his adventurous career and strong family connections appealed to her own values about courage and loyalty. Their courtship was conducted partially in the public eye due to Fleur's participation in the Triwizard Tournament, creating pressures and expectations that might have destroyed a less solid connection. Their ability to maintain genuine intimacy despite external attention demonstrated the strength of their feelings and their commitment to understanding each other as individuals rather than public personas. The progression of their relationship from attraction to serious commitment was tested by cultural differences that required both participants to adapt their expectations and communication styles. Fleur's French background and Vela heritage created different approaches to emotional expression, while Bill's large family and their particular dynamics required adjustment from someone accustomed to different family structures. Their engagement represented victory over obstacles that had seemed likely to prevent their relationship from developing into permanent commitment. The approval they eventually received from Bill's family, particularly his mother's recognition of Fleur's genuine love for her son, demonstrated that initial prejudices could be overcome through sustained demonstration of character and devotion. The attack by Fenrir Greyback that left Bill permanently scarred provided the ultimate test of Fleur's feelings and the authenticity of her commitment to their relationship. The injuries that made him unrecognizable to some family members and caused others to question whether their wedding should proceed revealed the depth of Fleur's love and her understanding of what marriage actually meant. Fleur's fierce defense of their engagement in the face of suggestions that she might want to reconsider demonstrated that her feelings were based on Bill's character rather than his physical appearance. Her declaration that his scars proved his bravery rather than diminished his attractiveness revealed the maturity and wisdom that had attracted Bill to her, despite their age difference and cultural differences. Their wedding during the height of the war represented an act of faith in the future and commitment to celebrating love even when circumstances made happiness seem almost inappropriate, given the suffering occurring throughout the wizarding world. Their determination to marry despite external dangers demonstrated their understanding that love required courage and hope as well as affection. Their successful marriage and growing family in the aftermath of the war proved that their connection was strong enough to survive not just the external challenges that had tested their courtship, but the ordinary difficulties of building life together. Their ability to create happiness despite the trauma both had experienced demonstrated love's power to heal and sustain even those who had seen the worst of what the world could offer. In the quieter seasons of life, when the urgency of youth has softened into something more thoughtful and deliberate, love stories unfold with different rhythms and deeper understanding. These are the tales of second chances and patient discovery, of hearts that have learned from earlier failures and minds that appreciate the complexity of genuine partnership. Here we find relationships that were built not on the passionate intensity of first attraction, but on the solid foundations of shared experience, mutual respect, and the kind of wisdom that comes only through having lived long enough to understand what truly matters in the connections between two souls. The story of Minerva McGonagall's first love carries within it all the bittersweet recognition of choices that must be made between personal happiness and larger responsibilities, between the heart's desires and duty's demands. Her romance with Dougal McGregor unfolded during those precious weeks between her graduation from Hogwarts and the beginning of her adult career, a brief interlude when possibilities seemed infinite, and the constraints of the adult world had not yet closed around her like the walls of a castle she would one day call home. Minerva had returned to her family home in the Scottish Highlands with her head full of plans for her future at the Ministry of Magic. her trunk packed with the kind of academic achievements that promised a brilliant career in whatever field of magical endeavor she chose to pursue. The small village where she had spent her childhood seemed smaller now, its familiar streets and faces marking time in ways that her years at Hogwarts had somehow suspended, as if the magical education had existed outside the normal flow of seasons and aging. The countryside around her home retained the wild beauty that had first taught her to appreciate the natural world's inherent magic, the kind of enchantment that existed independently of wands and spells but nonetheless spoke to something fundamental about the connection between magical people and the environment that had shaped their abilities. The ancient stones that dotted the landscape hummed with residual magic from centuries of rituals and celebrations, while the streams carried water that had been blessed by generations of Celtic wizards and witches whose traditions predated the formal magical education she had received. It was during one of her solitary walks through these familiar landscapes that she encountered Dougal McGregor, a young man whose family had farmed the adjacent land for generations without ever knowing that their neighbors possessed abilities that existed beyond the ordinary world's understanding. His presence in the meadow where she had come to practice advanced transfiguration techniques created the kind of accidental meeting that romance novels celebrated but real life rarely provided. Dougal possessed the kind of natural confidence and easy humor that came from growing up in a place where his family was known and respected, where his own character had been tested through years of hard work and community involvement, rather than academic achievement or magical prowess. His appreciation for the landscape they shared was based on intimate familiarity with every season and weather pattern, every plant and animal that called the area home, knowledge that was different from, but equally valuable, as the magical theory Minerva had mastered during her education. Their initial conversations were tentative and careful, as both young people recognized that they were drawn to each other despite coming from worlds that had little apparent overlap. Minerva found herself charmed by Dougal's stories about village life and farming challenges, his perspectives on community relationships, and practical problem-solving that were completely different from the theoretical discussions that had dominated her recent years, but equally engaging in their own way. Dougal's attraction to Minerva was based on recognition of qualities that set her apart from other young women in their small community. Her obvious intelligence and education, her confidence in expressing opinions and engaging in serious conversation, her natural authority and leadership abilities that were evident even in casual social interaction. Yet he also appreciated less obvious qualities, her genuine interest in his own experiences and perspectives, her lack of condescension, despite her superior education, her evident connection to the landscape and traditions they both loved. The weeks they spent together during that magical summer were characterized by the kind of intensive companionship that occurs when two compatible people discover each other during a period when external responsibilities are temporarily suspended. They explored the countryside together, sharing favorite locations and childhood memories while creating new experiences that belonged uniquely to them as a couple rather than to their separate histories. Their conversations ranged across topics that revealed fundamental compatibility in values and life philosophy. Despite the dramatic differences in their backgrounds and future prospects, both appreciated the importance of community service and personal integrity. Both valued learning and growth while respecting tradition and established wisdom. Both possessed the kind of strong moral compass that would guide them through difficult decisions regardless of external pressures or temptations. The physical attraction that developed between them was natural and comfortable, based on genuine affection and intellectual connection, rather than mere physical appeal or social convenience. Their first kiss occurred during a sunset walk through fields that belonged to his family's farm, a moment of perfect harmony between personal feeling and environmental beauty, that would remain in Minerva's memory for the rest of her life, as an example of what happiness could feel like when circumstances aligned properly. Dougal's proposal came toward the end of that golden summer, offered with the kind of sincere devotion and practical planning that reflected both his genuine love for her and his realistic understanding of what marriage would require from both participants. He had spent weeks considering how they might build a life together despite their different backgrounds, developing scenarios that would allow Minerva to use her education and abilities while remaining connected to the community and landscape they both cherished. Minerva's immediate acceptance of his proposal reflected not just her strong feelings for him, but her recognition that he offered something she had not realized she wanted: the possibility of a life that balanced professional achievement with personal happiness, intellectual stimulation with emotional satisfaction, individual accomplishment with partnership and eventual family. For the first time since her childhood, she could envision a future that included both her magical abilities and the kind of ordinary domestic joy that her education had seemed to preclude. Yet as the night progressed and she lay awake contemplating the commitment she had just made, reality began to intrude upon the romantic haze that had surrounded their relationship. The practical challenges of building a life with someone who could never fully understand the magical aspects of her identity became increasingly apparent, while the professional opportunities she would have to sacrifice created doubts that grew stronger with each passing hour. Her work at the ministry would require not just secrecy about magical activities, but active deception about her daily activities, her colleagues, her interests, and concerns. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy made sharing her true identity with non-magical spouses technically illegal, while the practical challenges of maintaining such comprehensive deception throughout a lifetime of marriage seemed almost insurmountable when considered honestly. More troubling still was the recognition that marriage to Dougal would require her to abandon not just specific career opportunities, but the entire world of magical society, the community of people who shared her abilities and understood her experiences in ways that even the most loving non-magical spouse never could. The isolation that would result from cutting herself off from magical society would affect not just her professional development, but her fundamental identity as a witch. The decision to withdraw her acceptance was made during the darkest hours before dawn, when the weight of what she would be sacrificing became clear enough to overcome the genuine love she felt for Dougal and the happiness he offered. Her understanding that she could not ask him to wait while she pursued magical career opportunities that he could never fully understand was balanced by recognition that she could not ask herself to abandon everything she had trained for without becoming someone fundamentally different from the woman he had fallen in love with. Their final conversation was conducted with the kind of painful honesty that marked both participants as people of fundamental integrity, neither willing to continue with plans that had been made in emotional intensity, but could not survive rational examination of their practical implications. Dougal's heartbreak was evident but controlled, his acceptance of her decision reflecting his genuine care for her well-being even when that care required accepting personal disappointment. Minerva's departure from her family home and her journey to London to begin her ministry career were coloured by grief for the life she had chosen not to live, the happiness she had sacrificed for professional fulfillment and magical identity. Yet her subsequent achievements and eventual career satisfaction would prove that she had made the right choice, even though it remained one of the most difficult decisions of her entire life. The decades that followed would bring occasional news of Dougal through family connections and village networks, confirming that he had eventually found happiness with someone better suited to the life he offered while building the kind of successful farming operation and community involvement that had always been his goals. The knowledge that he had not been permanently damaged by their brief romance provided some comfort, though it could never entirely eliminate the regret about what might have been under different circumstances. Years later, When Minerva had established herself as one of the most respected witches in magical Britain and achieved the kind of professional success that justified the sacrifices she had made, she would occasionally wonder whether love and career might have been reconciled through different choices or better planning. Yet she also understood that the person she had become through her magical career was fundamentally different from who she would have been as a farmer's wife, and that both paths had their own validity and rewards. The second chapter of Minerva McGonagall's romantic life began decades after her first love had ended, when she was established in her career and confident in her identity as both a powerful witch and a dedicated educator. Her relationship with Elphinstone Urquhart developed through the kind of patient friendship and mutual respect that can only exist between people who have learned through experience what they actually value in partnership rather than what they think they should want. Elphinstone had been her supervisor during her brief period working at the Ministry of Magic before her transition to teaching at Hogwarts, a relationship that had been entirely professional but marked by mutual recognition of shared competence and similar approaches to responsibility and ethical behavior. Their working relationship was characterized by the kind of efficient collaboration that indicated compatible management styles and shared priorities about what constituted good governance and effective leadership. His romantic interest in Minerva had been evident even during their professional association, though he had maintained appropriate boundaries while they worked together and had waited until their official working relationship ended before expressing his personal feelings. His initial proposals were respectful but persistent, reflecting his genuine admiration for her abilities and character, while demonstrating the kind of patience that suggested serious, long-term intentions rather than casual romantic interest. Minerva's initial rejections were based not on lack of affection or respect for Elphinstone, but on her belief that she had made her choice between career and romance decades earlier, and should not reconsider decisions that had allowed her to build the kind of professional life she had always wanted. Her dedication to her students and her responsibilities at Hogwarts seemed to require the kind of total commitment that would make marriage an unfair burden on any potential spouse. Yet Elphinstone's continued interest, expressed through years of friendship and occasional but persistent romantic overtures, gradually convinced her that she might have been wrong about the incompatibility between professional dedication and personal happiness. His evident understanding of her priorities and his willingness to adapt his own life to accommodate her career suggested that partnership might be possible without requiring the kind of fundamental identity sacrifice that her earlier relationship had demanded. His understanding of the magical world and his own successful career meant that marriage to him would not require the secrecy and deception that had made her relationship with Dougal ultimately impossible. Their shared professional experiences provided common ground for conversation and mutual understanding, while their similar values about service and responsibility created compatibility that went beyond mere romantic attraction. The gradual development of their romantic relationship was characterized by the kind of mature consideration and careful planning that reflected both participants' understanding of what marriage actually required, rather than romantic fantasies about what love could accomplish. Their courtship included serious discussions about career expectations, family planning, financial management, and all the practical considerations that passionate young romance typically ignored, but that successful, mature relationships needed to address honestly. Elphinstone's decision to purchase a home in Hogsmeade rather than expecting Minerva to relocate demonstrated his commitment to making their marriage work within the constraints of her existing professional obligations. The house he chose was large enough to accommodate the kind of entertaining that her position at Hogwarts sometimes required, while being comfortable and private enough to serve as a genuine retreat from the demands of her teaching responsibilities. Their wedding was a small but joyful celebration, attended by colleagues and friends who had watched their relationship develop over years of careful courtship, and were genuinely happy to see two deserving people find happiness together. The ceremony itself reflected their shared values about dignity and tradition, while avoiding the kind of elaborate display that neither found personally meaningful or professionally appropriate. The early years of their marriage were marked by the kind of comfortable partnership and mutual support that justified the long courtship that had preceded their commitment. Elphinstone's understanding of Minerva's work schedule and responsibilities allowed him to provide emotional support during difficult periods, while respecting her need for independence and professional autonomy. His own interests and social connections ensured that he did not become overly dependent on their relationship for personal fulfillment. Minerva's happiness during this period was evident to everyone who knew her, as the emotional satisfaction of successful marriage enhanced rather than competed with her professional effectiveness. Her increased confidence and contentment improved her teaching and administrative capabilities, while providing her with the kind of personal stability that allowed her to take appropriate risks and pursue new challenges in her magical career. Their childlessness was a matter of choice rather than regret, as both understood that their late marriage and existing professional commitments made parenting impractical, while their enjoyment of each other's company and their connections with Minerva's students and Elphinstone's extended family provided sufficient opportunities for nurturing relationships with younger people. The tragedy of Elphinstone's death from a venomous tentacular bite was made worse by its suddenness and the lack of warning that might have allowed for preparation or final conversations. His expertise with magical creatures had made such accidents seem unlikely, while his general good health had suggested decades of additional life together, rather than the brief few years they actually had as a married couple. Minerva's grief at his loss was profound and lasting, reflecting not just the end of their marriage but the destruction of future plans and shared dreams that had made her final decades seem full of promise and possibility. Her decision to move away from the Hogsmeade house they had shared was motivated by recognition that the memories associated with their brief happiness made continued residence there more painful than comforting. Her return to exclusive focus on her Hogwarts responsibilities represented both escape from grief and commitment to honoring Elphinstone's memory through continued excellence in the work they had both valued. Her subsequent refusal to consider romantic involvement with other potential suitors reflected not inability to love again, but understanding that she had been fortunate enough to experience two different but equally meaningful forms of love, and should be grateful for that blessing, rather than greedy for additional opportunities. The connection between Newt Scamander and Tina Goldstein represents love's ability to develop slowly and naturally between people whose shared values and compatible personalities create lasting partnership despite initial awkwardness and external obstacles. Their relationship began during the chaos of Newt's accidental involvement with American magical law enforcement, but developed through mutual recognition of integrity and dedication to protecting magical creatures and maintaining justice in an imperfect world. Tina's initial encounter with Newt was colored by her professional responsibilities as an Auror investigating magical disturbances in New York City, creating a dynamic where her duty required her to view him as a potential threat, while her instincts suggested that his intentions were benevolent despite the chaos that seemed to follow him wherever he went. Her decision to trust her judgment about his character rather than following standard procedures demonstrated both courage and insight that would characterize her approach to their entire relationship. Newt's attraction to Tina was based on recognition of qualities that he valued above conventional beauty or social grace: her competence in dangerous situations, her genuine concern for the welfare of magical creatures, her willingness to risk her career to protect innocent people from unjust persecution. His awkwardness in social situations made him particularly appreciative of someone who judged him by his actions rather than his conversational skills or ability to navigate complex social dynamics. Their collaboration during the crisis involving Grindelwald's activities in New York created the kind of intense shared experience that revealed character under pressure while requiring the kind of trust and communication that normal social courtship could never duplicate. Their success in working together during life-threatening situations demonstrated compatibility that went far beyond romantic attraction to encompass the kind of partnership that could sustain long-term relationship through various challenges. The misunderstanding that temporarily separated them was based on Tina's reaction to newspaper reports about Newt's supposed engagement to Letta Lestrange, reflecting not jealousy but hurt at what seemed like deliberate deception about his romantic availability. Her withdrawal from correspondence demonstrated both her integrity in refusing to interfere with what she believed was an existing relationship and her genuine feelings for Newt that made continued friendship too painful when romance seemed impossible. Newt's confusion about Tina's sudden distance reflected his own social awkwardness and inexperience with romantic relationships. His inability to understand how his failure to clarify his relationship status might have been interpreted as deception rather than mere oversight. His eventual understanding of the misunderstanding and his efforts to correct it demonstrated both his commitment to honesty in their relationship and his growing awareness of how his words and actions affected someone whose opinion he valued. The resolution of their misunderstanding allowed their relationship to develop more naturally, without the external pressures and dangerous circumstances that had characterized their initial interaction. Their correspondence during periods of separation revealed growing emotional intimacy and intellectual connection that provided solid foundation for eventual marriage and lifelong partnership. Their eventual marriage and decision to settle in Dorset represented compromise between Newt's need for the kind of rural environment that suited his work with magical creatures and Tina's career requirements that occasionally demanded access to urban magical communities. Their home became a refuge for unusual magical creatures, while serving as base for both of their professional activities. The partnership they developed over decades of marriage was characterized by mutual respect for each other's expertise and independent interests, while maintaining the kind of personal intimacy that had survived the tests of separation and misunderstanding. Their shared commitment to protecting magical creatures and supporting justice in the wizarding world provided common purpose that enhanced rather than competed with their personal relationship. Their longevity as a couple was evidenced by their retirement together in advanced age, surrounded by the magical creatures that had brought them together and supported by the love that had developed gradually but ultimately proved stronger than the various obstacles that had challenged their early relationship. The romance between Luna Lovegood and Rolf Scamander represents the perfect matching of two unconventional people whose shared appreciation for the natural world's mysteries created partnership based on compatible curiosity and mutual acceptance of each other's unique perspectives on life and magic. Luna's approach to romantic relationships was as distinctive as her approach to everything else, characterized by openness to possibilities that others might dismiss as impossible, while maintaining clear understanding of her own needs and boundaries. Her reputation for eccentricity had made conventional romantic opportunities limited during her Hogwarts years, but it also ensured that anyone who did develop genuine feelings for her would appreciate rather than merely tolerate her unusual perspectives and interests. Rolf's attraction to Luna was based on recognition of someone whose intellectual curiosity and respect for magical creatures matched his own, while bringing different insights and approaches that complemented his more traditional, naturalist training. His family background with Newt Scamander had prepared him to appreciate unconventional thinking and to value discoveries that challenged established assumptions about magical creature behavior and habitat requirements. Their shared expeditions in search of rare and unusual magical creatures provided natural context for developing relationship that was based on compatible interests and working styles rather than mere romantic attraction. Their success as research partners demonstrated the kind of intellectual and practical compatibility that could sustain long-term partnership through the challenges of career demands and family responsibilities. Their marriage and decision to raise their twin sons while continuing their naturalist expeditions created family structure that honored both their professional commitments and their desire to share their passion for magical creatures with the next generation. Their ability to combine parenthood with continued research and exploration provided their children with unique educational experiences while maintaining the sense of adventure and discovery that had brought their parents together. In the complex tapestries of family relationships, where love interweaves with duty, tradition clashes with personal desire, and the bonds between generations are tested by the weight of expectation and the pull of individual conscience, we find stories that reveal how romantic partnerships shape not just two lives but entire lineages. These are the couples whose relationships created families, whose choices influenced children and grandchildren, whose struggles with identity and loyalty became inheritance, passed down through bloodlines that carried both blessing and burden in equal measure. The relationship between Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy represents the intersection of genuine affection with pure blood expectations, where love that began in shared values and mutual attraction was tested by external pressures that threatened to destroy everything they had built together. Their story demonstrates how even marriages based on sincere feelings could be corrupted by ideologies that demanded loyalty to causes more destructive than the partnerships they were meant to protect. Narcissa Black had been raised in the same household as her sister Andromeda, subjected to the same lessons about blood, purity, and family honor, surrounded by the same portraits that whispered of superiority and the same traditions that celebrated magical heritage above personal character. Yet where Andromeda had rebelled against these teachings, Narcissa had embraced them, finding in the structure and certainty of pure-blood ideology a framework that made sense of her world and provided clear guidelines for appropriate behavior and suitable relationships. Her attraction to Lucius Malfoy was natural and expected, the kind of connection that developed between two young people who shared similar backgrounds, compatible values, and mutual recognition of each other's social position and personal qualities. Lucius possessed the confidence and charm that came from growing up wealthy and admired, while his family's ancient lineage and political influence made him an ideal match for someone from the Black family's equally distinguished background. Their courtship was conducted according to the established patterns of pure-blood society, with formal introductions arranged by their families, chaperoned social events that allowed for conversation and observation, and gradual progression toward engagement that satisfied both romantic inclination and family expectations. The relationship developed naturally within these constraints, revealing genuine compatibility and affection that made their eventual marriage a union of hearts as well as bloodlines. Lucius's proposal was made with all the ceremony and formality that pure-blood tradition required, accompanied by generous settlement negotiations and extensive planning for a wedding that would appropriately celebrate the joining of two ancient magical families. Yet, beneath the social requirements, both participants understood that their engagement was based on real feelings and shared vision for the kind of life they wanted to build together. Their wedding was one of the most elaborate social events of their generation, attended by the cream of pure-blood society and conducted with all the pageantry that their family's wealth and status could provide. The ceremony itself was beautiful and meaningful, reflecting both the magnitude of their family's investment in the match and the genuine happiness of two young people who had found love within the boundaries that society had established for them. The early years of their marriage were characterized by the kind of privileged happiness that substantial wealth and social position could provide when combined with mutual affection and compatible life goals. Their home at Malfoy Manor was magnificent and comfortable, filled with treasures accumulated over generations, while providing perfect setting for the kind of entertaining and social leadership that their position required. The birth of their son Draco brought new dimensions to their relationship as they adjusted to parenthood while maintaining their social obligations and political interests. Both parents were devoted to their child, perhaps overly so, creating an environment where Draco was indulged and protected in ways that reflected both their genuine love for him and their understanding that he represented the continuation of both their family lines and their shared values. Their involvement with Lord Voldemort during his first rise to power was motivated by sincere belief in the ideology of magical supremacy that they had been taught from childhood, combined with recognition that supporting the Dark Lord's cause would advance their own political and social interests. Their decision to take the Dark Mark was made jointly, reflecting their understanding that their marriage was a partnership in all aspects of life, including political commitment. The period of Voldemort's apparent defeat allowed them to enjoy what were perhaps the happiest years of their marriage, when their son was young and their future seemed secure, when their wealth and status provided insulation from the consequences of their previous political choices. They were able to focus on family life and social position, without the constant pressure of serving a master whose demands became increasingly unreasonable and dangerous. Voldemort's return created strains in their marriage that tested every aspect of their relationship, as the Dark Lord's presence in their home transformed their sanctuary into a place of fear and uncertainty. The casual cruelty and arbitrary violence that Voldemort brought into their domestic life was incompatible with the loving family environment they had worked to create, while the demands he made on Lucius created pressure that affected every member of their household. Lucius's failure to retrieve the prophecy from the Ministry of Magic resulted in his imprisonment in Azkaban, leaving Narcissa alone to manage both their family crisis and Voldemort's continuing demands for service and loyalty. Her resentment at being abandoned to deal with impossible circumstances while her husband was safely removed from the consequences of his failures created the first serious cracks in their previously solid partnership. The assignment given to Draco to murder Dumbledore represented the ultimate test of their family bonds, and the final destruction of any illusions about the nature of the cause they had served. Both parents understood that their son was being used as punishment for Lucius's failures, that his mission was designed to be impossible, and his likely fate was death or permanent imprisonment for crimes that adults had involved him in, without his full understanding of the consequences. Narcissa's desperate visit to Severus Snape to arrange protection for Draco demonstrated the lengths to which maternal love would drive someone who had previously accepted the Dark Lord's authority without question. Her willingness to risk everything to save her son marked the beginning of her family's transition from loyal servants to reluctant prisoners of a cause that no longer served their interests or values. The Battle of Hogwarts provided the moment when their love for their son finally overcame their loyalty to Voldemort's cause, as Narcissa chose to lie to the Dark Lord himself, rather than continue serving someone who had threatened her child's life. Her false report of Harry Potter's death was motivated not by sudden conversion to the light side, but by recognition that her family's survival required Voldemort's defeat, regardless of whatever ideological commitments had previously guided their choices. Their survival of the war and gradual rehabilitation into post-war wizarding society was possible only because their final choices had been guided by love for each other and their son, rather than continued commitment to blood purity, ideology. The relationship that had begun with shared beliefs about magical supremacy was ultimately saved by their willingness to abandon those beliefs when family loyalty demanded different choices. The decades following the war saw their marriage return to something approaching its original foundation, as they rediscovered the genuine affection and compatibility that had first brought them together while learning to build their lives around values that prioritized family welfare over ideological purity. Their love story became one of redemption through the recognition that personal relationships were more important than political causes, that family bonds could survive even the most destructive external pressures when they were based on authentic care rather than mere social convenience. The marriage between Tobias Snape and Eileen Prince represents one of the most tragic examples of how love could be destroyed by circumstances that neither partner was equipped to handle, creating a household environment that damaged everyone involved, while demonstrating the devastating consequences when romantic relationships were built on foundations too weak to support the pressures that life inevitably brought to bear upon them. Eileen Prince had been born into one of the declining pure-blood families that populated the margins of wizarding society, households where ancient magical heritage coexisted with reduced circumstances and social irrelevance that made their claims to superiority seem pathetic rather than impressive. Her family's financial struggles and social isolation had created an environment where magical abilities were seen as both the source of their former glory and the cause of their current difficulties in adapting to a changing world. Her attraction to Tobias Snape represented both rebellion against pure-blood expectations and genuine affection. For someone whose different background seemed to offer escape from the limitations and disappointments of her magical heritage, his status as a Muggle worker provided her with access to a world that seemed more vital and optimistic than the declining magical society that had failed to provide her with opportunities for advancement or happiness. Tobias's initial fascination with Eileen was based on her obvious intelligence and education, qualities that made her seem sophisticated and mysterious compared to the women he had previously known in his working-class environment. Her knowledge of subjects he had never studied, and her evident familiarity with social customs that were foreign to him, created an attraction that was based partly on genuine admiration and partly on social ambition. Their courtship was conducted in secrecy from both their communities, as each understood that their relationship would be viewed as inappropriate or even scandalous by their respective families and social circles. The necessity of hiding their connection created artificial intimacy and urgency that might have masked incompatibilities that would have been evident under normal social circumstances. Eileen's decision to conceal her magical nature from Tobias was motivated by a combination of legal requirements about maintaining wizarding secrecy and personal fear that revealing her true identity would end their relationship before she could determine whether it had potential for long-term success. Her belief that love could overcome any obstacle made her optimistic that eventual revelation of her magical abilities would be accepted as interesting variation rather than fundamental deception. Their marriage was conducted without the knowledge or blessing of either family, a civil ceremony that satisfied legal requirements while avoiding the social complications that formal recognition would have created. Their decision to establish their household in Spinner's End, a working-class neighborhood that existed on the margins of both magical and non-magical society, reflected their mutual recognition that they belonged fully to neither world. The early months of their marriage were characterized by the kind of intensive adjustment that all couples experienced, but complicated by the fundamental deception that prevented genuine intimacy and mutual understanding. Eileen's continued secrecy about her magical nature required constant vigilance and creative explanation for behaviors and knowledge that had no logical source within the non-magical world. Tobias understood the revelation of Eileen's magical abilities, when it finally came through circumstances beyond her control, created a crisis of trust and identity that neither partner was prepared to handle effectively. Tobias's sense of betrayal at discovering that his wife had hidden such a fundamental aspect of her identity was compounded by his inability to understand or relate to abilities that challenged his understanding of reality itself. The birth of their son Severus brought new complications to an already strained relationship, as the child's early displays of accidental magic forced both parents to confront questions about identity and belonging that they had been avoiding since their marriage began. Tobias's resentment of abilities he could not share or understand was exacerbated by recognition that his son would always have access to a world from which he was permanently excluded. Eileen's response to her husband's growing hostility was withdrawal into depression and magical practices that further isolated her from the family relationships she had hoped marriage would provide. Her attempts to maintain connection with her magical heritage while living in a non-magical household created constant friction and reminded her daily of everything she had sacrificed without receiving adequate compensation in terms of happiness or fulfillment. The deterioration of their relationship into open hostility and occasional violence created a household environment that was toxic for everyone involved, particularly young Severus, who absorbed lessons about love and trust that would affect his ability to form healthy relationships throughout his life. The constant fighting and emotional neglect he witnessed convinced him that relationships were sources of pain rather than comfort, that love was conditional and temporary rather than reliable and sustaining. Tobias's drinking and violent outbursts represented his inability to cope with discoveries about his wife and son that challenged every assumption he had held about the nature of reality and his place within it. His recognition that he was permanently excluded from the most important aspects of his family's identity created resentment that poisoned every interaction and made normal family life impossible. Eileen's failure to protect her son from his father's violence reflected her own emotional damage and her recognition that she lacked the resources to create a better environment for any of them. Her magical abilities, which should have provided her with options for escape or improvement, were constrained by laws and social expectations that made independent action difficult or impossible. The lasting impact of their failed marriage was evident in Severus's adult relationships, as his childhood experiences had taught him to expect betrayal and abandonment from people who claimed to care about him. His inability to trust others or to believe that he deserved love and kindness was directly traceable to the toxic environment his parents had created through their incompatible needs and unresolved conflicts. The relationship between Robert McGonagall and Isabel Ross demonstrates how even marriages based on genuine love could be undermined by deception that was legally required but personally destructive, creating patterns of secrecy and resentment that affected not just the married couple but their children, who inherited the consequences of choices they had no role in making. Isabel Ross possessed magical abilities that she had been trained to conceal from the non-magical world, understanding from childhood that revelation of her true nature could result in persecution or at minimum social isolation that would affect not just herself, but anyone associated with her. Her education at Hogwarts had provided her with knowledge and skills that were completely irrelevant to the non-magical career she would need to pursue in order to maintain her cover story. Her attraction to Robert McGonagall was complicated by recognition that any serious relationship would require extensive deception about her identity, her interests, her background, and her future plans. Yet her genuine feelings for him made the prospect of abandoning the relationship seem equally impossible, creating a dilemma that she postponed resolving rather than addressing directly. Robert's profession as a Presbyterian minister made him particularly unsuited to marriage with someone who would need to maintain secrets about fundamental aspects of her identity and worldview. His commitment to honesty and transparency in all relationships was incompatible with the comprehensive deception that magical secrecy laws required, while his religious beliefs created additional complications about supernatural abilities that he could never be allowed to understand accurately. Their courtship proceeded normally from Robert's perspective, but required exhausting vigilance from Isabel, as she maintained her false identity, while trying to determine whether their relationship had enough genuine foundation to justify the deceptions that marriage would require. Her growing love for him made the prospect of revelation increasingly tempting, while making the consequences of discovery increasingly devastating to contemplate. Their engagement and marriage were celebrated by Robert's family and community while creating enormous stress for Isabel, who understood that she was committing herself to a lifetime of deception about the most important aspects of her identity and heritage. Her decision to proceed with the marriage was based on optimism that love could overcome any obstacle and that eventually she would find ways to share her true self without destroying their relationship. The early years of their marriage were marked by Isabel's successful maintenance of her cover story, though the constant vigilance required to prevent magical accidents or inappropriate revelations created emotional distance that Robert could sense but not understand. Her periodic withdrawals from social interaction were explained as religious contemplation but were actually necessary respites from the exhausting performance that her daily life required. The birth of their daughter Minerva created new complications, as Isabel had to conceal her child's developing magical abilities while providing appropriate guidance and education about powers that could not be discussed with her husband. Her dual role as public non-magical mother and secret magical mentor required constant code switching and careful management of information that was emotionally exhausting for everyone involved. Robert's growing suspicions about his wife's secretive behavior and their daughter's unusual abilities created tension that could not be resolved through honest communication, as the truth was literally unspeakable according to the laws that governed magical society. His attempts to understand his family's peculiar dynamics through religious or psychological frameworks led to conclusions that were both inaccurate and harmful to family relationships. The revelation of magical abilities in their household occurred through circumstances beyond Isabel's control, when Minerva's accidental magic was too obvious to explain away through conventional means. Robert's reaction to discovering that his wife and daughter possessed supernatural abilities was complicated by his religious training, which had taught him to view such phenomena with suspicion while also recognizing that the women he loved were fundamentally good people. The aftermath of this revelation created a period of adjustment that tested every aspect of their marriage, as Robert struggled to understand how comprehensive his wife's deception had been, while recognizing that her motives had been protective rather than malicious. His ability to ultimately accept their magical nature demonstrated both the strength of his love for them and his capacity for growth beyond his initial training and expectations. Their marriage survived this crisis and continued for many years, but the foundation of trust had been permanently damaged by the necessity of deception that magical law had required. Robert's knowledge of the magical world remained limited and carefully managed, while Isabel never fully recovered from the guilt and isolation that years of necessary deception had created in their relationship. The birth of their two sons created additional complications as the family struggled to maintain appropriate secrecy while providing all their children with the guidance they needed about their magical heritage. The constant vigilance required to prevent exposure created an atmosphere of tension and anxiety that affected everyone in the household, making normal family relationships difficult to maintain. The tragic death of their youngest son to Death Eater violence during the war represented the ultimate cost of their connection to both magical and non-magical worlds, as their family's mixed heritage made them targets for persecution, while their isolation from both communities limited their access to protection and support that might have prevented the tragedy. The relationship between Rubeus Hagrid and Olympe Maxime represents the challenges faced by magical people whose unusual heritage made normal romantic relationships complicated by social prejudice and personal insecurity. Yet their connection also demonstrated how shared experiences and mutual understanding could overcome obstacles that seemed insurmountable to outside observers. Hagrid's giant heritage had made him an object of suspicion and fear throughout his life, as Wizarding Society's prejudices against giants were based on legitimate concerns about their violent tendencies, but applied indiscriminately to all people with giant ancestry regardless of their individual character or behavior. His enormous size and unusual appearance made concealment of his heritage impossible, while his gentle nature contradicted every stereotype about giant temperament. His attraction to Madame Maxime was based on recognition of someone who might understand the social isolation and personal challenges that came with mixed heritage, as her own size and physical characteristics suggested giant ancestry that she might be more willing to acknowledge and discuss than most people in their situation. Their similar positions as educators and caregivers of young people provided additional common ground for mutual understanding and shared interests. Maxime's initial response to Hagrid's interest was complicated by her own insecurities about her appearance and heritage, as her position as headmistress of Beauxbatons required maintaining social respectability that acknowledgement of giant ancestry might compromise. Her defensive reaction to direct questions about her background reflected both personal sensitivity and practical concerns about professional reputation. Their relationship developed through shared experiences that revealed character under pressure while providing opportunities for mutual support and understanding that normal social interactions could not duplicate. Their joint mission to recruit giants for the war against Voldemort required them to work together in dangerous circumstances that tested their compatibility and revealed their fundamental values. The physical dangers they faced together during their diplomatic mission created the kind of intensive bonding that demonstrated their mutual courage and reliability, while providing natural context for physical and emotional intimacy that their different social positions might otherwise have prevented. Their success in protecting each other during life-threatening situations proved their genuine care while building trust that could sustain long-term relationship. Their eventual acknowledgement of mutual attraction and compatible personalities was achieved through gradual acceptance of their shared heritage and recognition that their unusual circumstances created opportunities for understanding that more conventional relationships could not provide. Their ability to find happiness together despite social prejudice demonstrated love's power to overcome artificial barriers created by ignorance and fear. The marriage between Vernon and Petunia Dursley represents perhaps the most unusual entry in any catalogue of successful romantic relationships, as their partnership was built on shared prejudices and mutual reinforcement of narrow-minded attitudes that made them despicable to outside observers, while providing each other with the kind of validation and support that sustained decades of apparently happy marriage. Vernon's attraction to Petunia was based on recognition of someone who shared his values about normalcy and respectability, who appreciated the kind of conventional success and social conformity that he had worked to achieve through his business career and suburban lifestyle. Her evident disapproval of anything unusual or non-conforming reassured him that she would be an appropriate partner for maintaining the kind of rigidly normal existence that he preferred. Petunia's feelings for Vernon were based on appreciation for his financial stability and social respectability, qualities that provided her with security and status after her complicated childhood dealing with her sister's magical abilities. His complete lack of imagination or curiosity about anything beyond his immediate experience made him safe and predictable in ways that her early exposure to magic had taught her to value. Their courtship was conventional and unexciting, progressing through established social patterns toward marriage that satisfied both families' expectations, while providing both participants with partners who shared their fundamental approaches to life and relationships. Their engagement and wedding were celebrated as appropriate matches between people with compatible backgrounds and similar goals. Their early marriage was characterized by steady progression toward the kind of middle-class suburban lifestyle that both had envisioned as ideal, with Vernon's business success providing the financial foundation, while Petunia's domestic management created the kind of perfectly ordinary household that represented their shared vision of appropriate adult life. Their contentment was based on successful achievement of conventional goals rather than passionate romance or intellectual connection. The birth of their son, Dudley, brought new focus to their partnership, as both parents united in their determination to provide their child with every advantage, while protecting him from any exposure to the kinds of unusual experiences that might compromise his development into the kind of normal, successful person they intended him to become. Their shared obsession with Dudley's welfare created additional bonds between them while providing outlet for the protective instincts that might otherwise have been directed toward each other. Their forced guardianship of Harry Potter created the greatest test of their marriage, as both parents had to adjust their carefully controlled household to accommodate a child whose very presence reminded them of everything they had worked to exclude from their lives. Their united front in treating Harry with neglect and hostility demonstrated their shared commitment to maintaining their version of normalcy while revealing the depths of their prejudice and fear. Their success in maintaining their marriage despite external pressures and internal limitations was based on fundamental compatibility in values and goals that were narrow but sincerely held. Their mutual support in facing social and financial challenges demonstrated genuine partnership, while their shared delight in their son's achievements provided emotional satisfaction that sustained their relationship through various difficulties. Their story serves as a reminder that successful marriages could be built on many different foundations, that compatibility and mutual support could exist even between people whose values and behaviors were objectionable to others, and that love could take forms that were difficult to recognize or appreciate, but nonetheless real and sustaining for the people involved. In the gentle flow of generations, where the love stories of parents become the foundation upon which their children build their own understanding of partnership and devotion, we witness the profound truth that romantic relationships create ripples, extending far beyond the original couple. These are the tales of how love propagates through bloodlines and chosen families, how the lessons learned in one generation's embrace become the wisdom that guides the next, and how the choices made by two hearts joining together ultimately shape the destinies of children not yet born and grandchildren not yet imagined. The marriages of the Weasley children represent a fascinating study in how shared family values could produce entirely different approaches to love and partnership, each sibling interpreting the lessons of Arthur and Molly's devoted marriage through the lens of their own personality and life experiences. Their collective romantic choices demonstrate that even children raised in the same loving household could find happiness through vastly different relationship patterns, each discovering their own path to the kind of enduring partnership their parents had modeled throughout their childhood. Percy Weasley's marriage to Audrey represented his commitment to building the kind of stable, respectable family life that would complement his ambitious career, while demonstrating that his temporary estrangement from his family during the war had not fundamentally altered his core values about love and loyalty. His choice of partner reflected his understanding that successful marriage required not just romantic attraction, but compatible goals about professional achievement, social responsibility, and family planning. Audrey possessed the qualities that Percy had learned to value through observation of his parents' marriage: intelligence tempered by kindness, ambition balanced by consideration for others, independence that enhanced rather than competed with partnership. Her own career in magical lore provided her with understanding of the pressures and responsibilities that came with Percy's ministry position, while giving her personal fulfillment that made their relationship a union of equals rather than dependence of one upon the other. Their courtship was conducted with the careful consideration that characterized Percy's approach to all important decisions, involving detailed discussions about their respective goals and expectations for marriage, family planning, career advancement, and the kind of household they wanted to establish together. This methodical approach might have seemed unromantic to outside observers, but it created a foundation of mutual understanding that would serve them well through the normal challenges that all marriages eventually faced. Their wedding was elegant but not ostentatious, reflecting Percy's desire to demonstrate his success while avoiding the kind of display that might be viewed as inappropriate given his family's history of financial constraints. The ceremony brought together Percy's large extended family with Audrey's smaller but equally loving relations, creating bonds between different social circles that would enrich both their lives in years to come. The early years of their marriage were marked by steady progress toward the kind of comfortable middle-class lifestyle that both had envisioned as their goal, with Percy's advancing career providing financial security, while Audrey's own professional development ensured that their household income was diversified and their social connections extended beyond Percy's ministry contacts. Their shared commitment to excellence in their respective fields created mutual respect that enhanced their personal relationship. The birth of their daughters, Molly and Lucy, transformed their partnership in ways that both had anticipated and planned for, as their careful preparation for parenthood allowed them to adjust to family responsibilities without the kind of stress and conflict that unprepared couples often experienced. Their approach to child rearing combined Percy's systematic planning with Audrey's intuitive understanding of children's emotional needs, creating a balanced environment that promoted both achievement and happiness. Percy's relationship with his extended family was strengthened by his marriage to someone who appreciated the Weasley family's warmth and inclusion, while bringing her own traditions and perspectives that enriched their gatherings and celebrations. Audrey's ability to navigate the complex dynamics of such a large family while maintaining her own identity demonstrated the social skills that had attracted Percy to her initially and continued to impress him throughout their marriage. Their success as a couple was measured not through dramatic gestures or passionate intensity, but through consistent demonstration of mutual support, shared responsibility, and growing affection that deepened rather than diminished over time. Their marriage represented proof that love could be built on practical foundations while still providing emotional satisfaction and personal fulfillment that made both partners grateful for their choice of each other. Charlie Weasley's decision to remain unmarried throughout his life represented a different interpretation of the lessons about love and commitment that his parents had taught. His understanding that dedication to meaningful work and chosen family relationships could provide fulfillment that traditional marriage might actually compromise rather than enhance. His passion for dragon conservation work required the kind of total commitment and physical risk-taking that would have been unfair to impose upon a spouse, while his frequent travel and residence in remote locations made maintaining normal romantic relationships practically impossible, even if he had been inclined to pursue them. His choice of solitude was not motivated by inability to love, but by recognition that his life's work demanded sacrifices that he was willing to make personally, but unwilling to ask others to share. The relationships Charlie did maintain were characterized by deep loyalty and genuine affection that demonstrated his capacity for love, while confirming his wisdom in avoiding commitments that circumstances would have prevented him from honoring properly. His connections with his siblings, their spouses, and their children provided him with family relationships that were sustaining and meaningful, without requiring the kind of daily presence and domestic stability that marriage would have demanded. His occasional romantic involvements were conducted with honesty about his priorities and limitations, ensuring that potential partners understood from the beginning that his work would always take precedence over personal relationships. This approach prevented the kind of misunderstandings and resentments that might have developed if others had expected conventional courtship and marriage from someone whose life was fundamentally incompatible with such expectations. Charlie's contentment with his chosen lifestyle demonstrated that happiness could take many forms, that love of work and commitment to important causes could provide satisfaction that was no less valid than romantic partnership. His example showed his nieces and nephews that adult fulfillment could be achieved through various paths, that family support and approval were available for different choices about how to structure one's life. The marriage between George Weasley and Angelina Johnson represents one of the most complex and emotionally challenging relationships in the extended Weasley family, as their connection was built upon shared grief and mutual understanding of loss that created both profound intimacy and persistent complications that would affect their entire married life together. George's devastation after Fred's death was so complete that many observers doubted whether he would ever recover enough to build meaningful relationships with anyone, let alone find the emotional energy to pursue romantic involvement that would require him to open his heart to someone new when his primary emotional connection had been so brutally severed. His twin's death had left him not just bereaved but fundamentally altered, missing half of his identity and struggling to understand who he was as an individual rather than part of an inseparable pair. Angelina's presence in his life during this dark period was both comforting and painful, as her own grief over Fred's death provided her with understanding of George's suffering, while her romantic history with his twin created complications that neither could entirely resolve or ignore. Their shared memories of Fred created bonds between them while also serving as constant reminders of what had been lost, making their relationship simultaneously healing and heartbreaking. Their courtship was conducted largely in silence, through shared glances and mutual support that required no words because both understood exactly what the other was experiencing. Their connection was based more on recognition of compatible pain than on discovery of mutual attraction, though genuine affection did develop alongside their shared mourning process. George's proposal to Angelina was motivated by recognition that they could provide each other with understanding and companionship that no one else could offer, while acknowledging that their marriage would always be shadowed by the presence of someone who was absent. His honesty about his limitations as a husband, his continuing grief, and his uncertainty about his ability to love someone completely demonstrated the integrity that made him worthy of her consideration, despite the unusual circumstances. Angelina's acceptance of George's proposal reflected her own need for connection with someone who had loved Fred as completely as she had, while understanding that their marriage would be built on foundations of shared loss rather than unburdened romantic discovery. Her decision to marry George was motivated by genuine affection for him as an individual, while acknowledging that their relationship would always include Fred as an invisible but constant presence. Their wedding was simultaneously joyful and melancholy, celebrated by family and friends who were genuinely happy for their union while understanding the bittersweet nature of their connection. The ceremony included tributes to Fred's memory that acknowledged his continuing importance in their lives, while celebrating their decision to build something new together despite their grief. The early years of their marriage were marked by gradual discovery of their compatibility as individuals rather than as people connected primarily through their relationships with Fred. Their shared sense of humor, compatible approaches to business and family responsibilities, and mutual respect for each other's independence created genuine partnership that survived the initial period when their connection had been based primarily on shared mourning. The birth of their children, Fred II and Roxanne, brought new dimensions to their relationship while creating family connections that were independent of their shared history with Fred. Their joy in parenthood and their success in raising happy, healthy children demonstrated that their marriage had evolved beyond its origins in grief to become something genuinely life-affirming and forward-looking. George's continued operation of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, with Angelina's support and occasional participation, provided them with shared professional interests, while honoring Fred's memory through continuation of work that had been central to his identity and happiness. Their ability to maintain the business's success while adapting it to reflect their own personalities and priorities showed how their partnership had created something new while preserving what was valuable from the past. Their marriage ultimately represented proof that love could grow from unexpected foundations, that shared grief could become shared joy, and that honoring the memory of someone lost could coexist with building relationships that were focused on present happiness and future hope. Their success as a couple demonstrated that even the most challenging emotional circumstances could be transformed through patience, honesty, and commitment to each other's well-being. The relationship between Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger represents perhaps the most thoroughly documented romance in wizarding history, their connection having developed over years of shared adventures, mutual support, and gradual recognition of compatibility that had been evident to outside observers long before either participant was willing to acknowledge their changing feelings. Their friendship had begun with mutual antagonism and incompatible personalities that seemed to predict future conflict rather than romantic harmony. As Ron's casual approach to academic work clashed with Hermione's perfectionist standards, while her tendency toward lecturing irritated his desire for acceptance without criticism. Yet, beneath these surface conflicts lay fundamental compatibility in values and complementary strengths that would eventually create one of the most enduring partnerships in their generation. Their shared adventures during their school years created bonds that went far beyond normal teenage friendship, as they repeatedly trusted each other with their lives while supporting each other through challenges that would have tested the loyalty of adult relationships. Their mutual willingness to sacrifice personal safety for each other's welfare demonstrated depth of caring that romantic relationships often took years to achieve. The gradual development of romantic tension between them was evident to everyone except themselves, as their arguments became more personal and emotionally charged, while their moments of harmony became more treasured and meaningful. Their inability to recognize their changing feelings created frustration for their mutual friends, while providing entertainment for observers who could see the inevitable progression that the participants seemed determined to ignore. Ron's involvement with Lavender Brown during their 6th year represented his attempt to prove his romantic desirability while unconsciously hoping to inspire jealousy in Hermione, whose own hurt at his apparent indifference finally forced her to acknowledge that her feelings for him had evolved beyond friendship. The awkwardness and misery that characterized this period demonstrated how much both had invested emotionally in their connection, even when neither was willing to admit it directly. Their first kiss, occurring during the chaos of the Battle of Hogwarts, was motivated by shared recognition that they might not survive to explore their feelings further, making honesty about their emotions seem less risky than continued pretense that they were merely friends. The natural intensity of their physical connection surprised both participants, while confirming what their friends had long suspected about their compatibility. Their post-war courtship was conducted with the kind of careful exploration that their long friendship made both possible and necessary, as they had to navigate the transition from platonic to romantic relationship, while preserving the trust and mutual respect that had been the foundation of their previous connection. Their shared experiences provided them with deep understanding of each other's characters, while their different personalities ensured that their relationship would never be boring or predictable. Their engagement was celebrated by both families as the logical culmination of a relationship that had been years in development, though their different backgrounds created some adjustments. As Hermione learned to navigate the warm chaos of Weasley family gatherings, while Ron adapted to the quieter, more formal atmosphere of Hermione's parents' household before the memory modifications that the war had required. Their wedding was one of the most joyful celebrations in post-war wizarding society, attended by friends who had shared their adventures and family members who had watched their relationship develop from childhood antagonism to mature partnership. The ceremony itself reflected their shared values about simplicity and sincerity, while providing opportunity for the kind of celebration that their generation desperately needed after years of war and loss. Their marriage was characterized by the kind of mutual support and intellectual companionship that their friendship had predicted, though they had to learn new skills for managing the conflicts and disagreements that romantic relationships made more personal and emotionally charged. Their different approaches to problem-solving and decision-making created occasional friction, but also ensured that they considered multiple perspectives before making important choices. The birth of their children, Rose and Hugo, brought new challenges and joys that tested and strengthened their partnership, while providing them with shared focus on family responsibilities that complemented their individual career achievements. Their success as parents reflected the combination of Ron's warmth and intuitive understanding with Hermione's systematic planning and high standards for their children's education and character development. Ron's career as an Auror, and later as co-owner of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, provided him with work that utilized his courage and practical intelligence, while allowing him to support Hermione's more demanding career in magical law and government service. Their different professional paths created mutual respect for each other's achievements, while ensuring that neither felt overshadowed or diminished by their partner's success. Their enduring marriage represented proof that love could indeed conquer differences in background, personality, and approach to life when it was built on foundations of genuine friendship, shared values, and mutual commitment to each other's growth and happiness. Their relationship became a model for their children and an inspiration to friends who had witnessed their long journey from antagonistic classmates to devoted partners. The marriage between Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley represents the fulfillment of connections that had been developing since their first meeting, though years of external pressures and personal growth were required before both participants were ready for the kind of relationship that their eventual partnership would become. Ginny's initial infatuation with Harry was based on his reputation as the boy who lived rather than personal knowledge of his character, creating a dynamic that made normal conversation impossible, while preventing her from demonstrating the personality and abilities that would eventually attract his genuine interest. Her childhood crush was so intense and overwhelming that it actually interfered with the development of friendship that might have led more naturally to romantic involvement. Harry's gradual recognition of Ginny as an individual rather than simply Ron's little sister began during her 4th year, when her increased confidence and independence allowed her natural personality to emerge from behind the Ravelid, Asten to Tufend, shyness and hero worship that had previously characterized her behavior around him. Her involvement with other boyfriends paradoxically made her more attractive to Harry by demonstrating that she was a desirable and interesting person in her own right, rather than someone whose attention he could take for granted. The development of their romantic relationship was complicated by Harry's recognition that involvement with him would place Ginny in danger from enemies who might target her as a way of hurting him. His protective instincts, which had been strengthened by witnessing the harm that had come to other people he cared about, made him reluctant to pursue romantic involvement that might make her a target for violence that she had not chosen to risk. Ginny's fierce independence, and her own considerable magical abilities made her resistant to being protected through exclusion from Harry's life. Understanding that love required sharing dangers as well as joys, that attempting to keep her safe by keeping her ignorant and distant would ultimately damage any relationship they might build together. Her insistence on being treated as an equal partner rather than a vulnerable person, requiring protection, appealed to Harry while challenging his assumptions about his responsibilities toward people he loved. Their first kiss occurred spontaneously during a moment of shared celebration, emerging from the comfortable friendship and growing attraction that had been developing despite Harry's attempts to maintain appropriate distance. The natural intensity of their connection surprised both participants, while confirming the compatibility that their friends had observed, developing over months of increased interaction and mutual interest. Their brief period as an acknowledged couple during Harry's 6th year was characterized by the kind of happiness and natural partnership that demonstrated their potential for long-term compatibility, though external pressures and Harry's understanding of the dangerous mission that awaited him made him reluctant to make commitments that circumstances might prevent him from honoring. Harry's decision to end their romantic relationship before leaving to hunt Horcruxes was motivated by genuine concern for Ginny's safety, combined with recognition that his uncertain future made promises about their relationship unfair to both of them. His choice to protect her through distance rather than inclusion reflected both noble intentions and incomplete understanding of what she needed from their partnership. Ginny's acceptance of Harry's decision while making clear that she would be waiting for his return demonstrated both her understanding of the pressures he faced and her confidence in the strength of their connection. Her ability to support his mission while maintaining her own life and relationships showed the emotional maturity that made her suitable partner for someone whose responsibilities extended far beyond normal personal concerns. Their reunion after Voldemort's defeat was marked by recognition that both had grown and changed during their separation, while their fundamental compatibility had remained constant. Their shared experiences of war and loss provided them with deep understanding of each other's trauma, while their mutual survival gave them appreciation for the preciousness of the time they now had together. Their engagement and wedding were celebrated as symbols of hope and renewal for the entire wizarding community, representing the possibility of building normal, happy lives after years of fear and uncertainty. Their ceremony was attended by friends who had shared their struggles and family members who had supported them through the darkest periods of their young lives. Their marriage was characterized by the kind of equal partnership that both had always envisioned, with Harry's work as an Auror complemented by Ginny's career as a professional Quidditch player and later as a sports journalist. Their different professional paths provided them with mutual respect for each other's achievements, while ensuring that their relationship remained a partnership of equals rather than dependence of one upon the other. The birth of their children, James, Albus, and Lily, brought new dimensions to their relationship while providing them with the kind of normal family life that both had been denied during their own childhoods. Their success as parents reflected the combination of Harry's protective instincts and deep capacity for love with Ginny's fierce independence and strong moral compass, creating an environment where their children could develop their own identities while understanding the importance of courage, loyalty, and compassion. Their enduring marriage represented the fulfillment of connections that had begun in childhood, but required years of growth and shared experience to mature into the kind of partnership that could sustain lifetime commitment. Their relationship became proof that love could survive separation and danger when it was built on genuine compatibility and mutual respect, rather than mere attraction or circumstantial convenience. The story of Draco Malfoy's marriage to Astoria Greengrass represents one of the most significant examples of personal transformation and redemption through love. demonstrating how genuine partnership could inspire someone to abandon destructive family traditions and embrace values that prioritize compassion over superiority, acceptance over prejudice, and personal growth over inherited expectations. Draco's attraction to Astoria was initially surprising to observers who expected him to marry someone from his immediate social circle, someone who shared his family's traditional values about blood purity and magical supremacy. Astoria's family, while pure blood, had not been involved in Death Eater activities during the war, and her own attitudes toward blood status and social hierarchy were significantly more progressive than what Draco had been raised to consider appropriate. Astoria's influence on Draco began during their courtship, as her gentle but firm challenges to his inherited prejudices forced him to examine beliefs that he had never questioned during his childhood and adolescence. Her refusal to accept his casual dismissal of Muggle-born wizards, or his assumptions about house elf welfare, created conflicts that could have ended their relationship but instead inspired him to consider whether the values he had inherited were actually worth preserving. Their developing relationship required Draco to confront not just his own beliefs, but the expectations of his parents, who had envisioned his marriage as an opportunity to strengthen connections within their traditional social circle and reinforce family values that had been challenged by their experiences during the war. His growing feelings for Astoria forced him to choose between family approval and personal happiness in ways that paralleled his Aunt Andromeda's earlier rebellion, but with different stakes and consequences. Lucius and Narcissa's initial disapproval of Astoria was based not on personal dislike, but on concern that their son was choosing someone whose influence might lead him further away from family traditions and values that they still considered important despite their recent disillusionment with extremist ideology. Their eventual acceptance of her reflected both their recognition of Draco's happiness and their own evolution toward more moderate positions about appropriate social connections. Draco's decision to marry Astoria, despite his parents' concerns, represented perhaps the most courageous choice of his entire life, requiring him to risk family relationships that had always been central to his identity, while committing himself to someone whose values would require him to continue growing and changing in ways that were uncomfortable but ultimately beneficial. Their wedding was smaller and less elaborate than what Malfoy family traditions would normally have required, reflecting both Draco's reduced circumstances following the war and their shared preference for meaningful ceremony over ostentatious display. The celebration brought together guests from different social backgrounds, creating connections that would help integrate Draco into broader wizarding society, rather than limiting him to traditional pure-blood circles. Astoria's influence on Draco's post-war rehabilitation was profound and lasting, as her example taught him to find satisfaction in personal relationships and individual achievement rather than social status and inherited privilege. Her work with various charitable organizations provided him with models for using wealth and influence constructively, while her friendships with people from different backgrounds expanded his understanding of wizarding society's diversity and complexity. The birth of their son Scorpius brought new focus to their partnership, while creating additional motivation for Draco to continue his personal growth and development. His determination to raise his child with different values than he had inherited reflected both his love for Astoria and his recognition that the beliefs of his own childhood had caused suffering for many people, while ultimately bringing unhappiness to his own family. Astoria's influence on Scorpius's upbringing was evident in the child's natural kindness and curiosity about the world, his lack of prejudice toward people from different backgrounds, and his ability to form friendships based on personal compatibility rather than social status or family connections. Her success in raising a son who embodied the best qualities of both parents while avoiding their respective family legacies of prejudice and conflict, demonstrated the transformative power of love and conscious parenting. The tragedy of Astoria's early death from a family curse created a crisis that tested everything Draco had learned about love, loss, and personal responsibility. His response to her illness and death demonstrated how completely she had transformed his character, as he devoted himself to her care while preparing to raise their son according to values they had developed together, rather than reverting to family traditions that would have been easier to maintain alone. Draco's success as a single parent following Astoria's death proved that her influence had created lasting change in his character rather than temporary adaptation to please someone he loved. His dedication to honoring her memory through continued personal growth and commitment to raising Scorpius with progressive values demonstrated that their love story had achieved the kind of transformation that would influence future generations of the Malfoy family. The relationship between Neville Longbottom and Hannah Abbott represents the kind of quiet, steady love that develops between people who understand the value of peace and normalcy after experiencing trauma and uncertainty during their formative years. Their connection was built on shared appreciation for simple pleasures and mutual support rather than dramatic passion or intense emotional connection. Neville's attraction to Hannah was based on recognition of someone whose gentle nature and practical wisdom complemented his own personality, while providing the kind of emotional stability that his difficult childhood had taught him to value above more superficial romantic qualities. Her work at the Leaky Cauldron demonstrated the kind of competence and people skills that he admired, while her cheerful disposition provided balance for his more serious and sometimes anxious temperament. Hannah's feelings for Neville developed through observation of his courage and kindness during their school years, particularly his leadership during the resistance against Voldemort's control of Hogwarts. Her appreciation for his moral courage and his protective instincts toward younger students revealed character qualities that she found more attractive than conventional measures of popularity or physical appeal. Their courtship was conducted with the kind of careful consideration and mutual respect that their personalities naturally produced, involving gradual deepening of friendship into romantic attachment, without the drama or intensity that characterized many relationships among their peers. Their compatibility was evident to observers who noted how comfortable they seemed in each other's company, and how naturally their different strengths complemented each other. Their marriage provided both participants with the kind of stable, loving partnership that allowed them to heal from wartime trauma, while building the kind of ordinary, happy life that both had learned to value through experience of how precious such normalcy could be. Their success as a couple was measured not through dramatic gestures or passionate intensity, but through consistent demonstration of mutual care and shared contentment with the life they built together. In the aftermath of great conflicts, when the dust of battle has settled and the living must learn to exist alongside the memories of those who fell, we encounter stories that reveal how love can be both redeemed and lost, how choices made in darkness can find illumination through sacrifice, and how even the most damaged hearts can discover pathways toward healing when they are willing to embrace the transformative power of genuine connection. These are the tales of second chances and final reckonings, of love that was discovered too late, and devotion that transcended the boundaries between life and death. The story of Bellatrix Lestrange represents perhaps the most tragic example of how love, when twisted by obsession and corrupted by ideology, could become something that destroyed rather than nourished, that enslaved rather than liberated, that led to damnation rather than salvation. Her complete devotion to Lord Voldemort was genuine in its intensity, but fundamentally flawed in its understanding of what love actually required from both the giver and receiver of such profound emotional investment. Bellatrix had been raised in the same household as her sisters Andromeda and Narcissa, exposed to the same teachings about blood, purity, and family honor, surrounded by the same portraits that whispered of superiority, and the same expectations about appropriate marriage and social behavior. Yet where Andromeda had rebelled against these constraints, and Narcissa had found genuine love within them, Bellatrix had absorbed the most destructive elements of pure blood ideology, while rejecting the moderating influences of genuine human connection and empathy. Her attraction to Tom Riddle, even before his full transformation into Lord Voldemort, was based on recognition of someone whose magical power and intellectual brilliance exceeded anything she had previously encountered, combined with appreciation for his complete rejection of conventional morality and social constraints, his willingness to pursue power through any means necessary, his contempt for weakness and sentiment, his vision of magical supremacy that would elevate people like themselves above all other considerations, all appealed to aspects of her personality that had been nurtured by her family's prejudices, but had found no adequate outlet in normal social relationships. Her devotion to Voldemort's cause began as political alignment, but gradually transformed into something that consumed every other aspect of her identity and emotional life. Her marriage to Rodolphus Lestrange was conducted purely for social and strategic reasons, creating appropriate connections within Death Eater circles while maintaining her family's expectations about pure blood marriage alliances. But her heart and loyalty belonged entirely to someone who was incapable of returning genuine affection. The years she spent as Voldemort's most devoted follower were marked by increasing isolation from normal human relationships, as her obsession with serving him made all other connections seem trivial and unimportant. Her willingness to torture and murder innocent people in his name, her complete acceptance of his authority over every aspect of her life, her desperate hunger for his approval and attention, all demonstrated the extent to which her capacity for love had been corrupted into something that was actually its opposite. Her participation in the torture of Alice and Frank Longbottom represented the logical culmination of a worldview that valued ideology above humanity, power above compassion, and abstract loyalty above actual relationships with real people. Her enjoyment of their suffering revealed how completely she had abandoned any connection to the empathy and kindness that should have been natural components of genuine love, replacing them with cruelty that she believed demonstrated her worthiness of Voldemort's regard. The years she spent in Azkaban following Voldemort's first defeat were sustained by faith that he would return to reward her loyalty and recognize her devotion, though the reality was that her usefulness to him had always been based on her abilities as a warrior, rather than any personal affection or regard for her as an individual. Her survival of the Dementor's influence was possible only because her obsession with him was so complete that it provided her with positive memories that even those creatures could not entirely drain away. Her reunion with Voldemort after his return demonstrated the ultimate futility of her decades of devotion, as he treated her as a useful tool rather than a beloved companion, acknowledging her service while making clear that his regard for her was based entirely on her continued utility rather than any genuine emotional connection. Her willingness to accept this relationship revealed how completely her understanding of love had been distorted by years of worship rather than partnership. The revelation that she had borne Voldemort's child, as later claimed in supplementary materials to the main story, represented the ultimate violation of everything that love should represent, as their connection was based on his need for an heir rather than any desire for family or partnership. Her willingness to participate in such a relationship demonstrated the complete destruction of her capacity for healthy emotional connection. Her death during the Battle of Hogwarts while fighting to defend someone who regarded her as disposable represented both the logical conclusion of her life choices and the tragic waste of someone who might have found genuine happiness if, Her capacity for devotion had been directed towards someone worthy of such intense loyalty. Her final moments were spent in service to someone who would not mourn her passing, or even remember her sacrifice beyond its immediate tactical implications. The story of Regulus Black represents redemption discovered in isolation, courage that was demonstrated through actions rather than words, and love for family that ultimately proved stronger than fear of consequences or desire for personal safety. His journey from enthusiastic Death Eater to secret rebel demonstrates how genuine understanding of evil's true nature could inspire even the most unlikely people to risk everything in opposition to forces they had previously served. Willingly, Regulus had been raised in the same household as his brother Sirius, exposed to the same pure-blood ideology and family expectations, surrounded by the same portraits and traditions that celebrated magical supremacy and ancestral pride. Yet where Sirius had rebelled openly and dramatically, Regulus had initially embraced his family's values, finding in their structure and certainty a sense of purpose and belonging that his naturally serious and dutiful personality craved. His decision to join the Death Eaters had been motivated by sincere belief in their ideology, combined with desire to honor his family's expectations and maintain his position within the social circles that had defined his childhood and adolescence. His intelligence and magical ability made him a valuable recruit, while his family connections provided him with access to information and resources that enhanced his usefulness to Voldemort's cause. The gradual disillusionment that led to his ultimate rebellion began with observation of the Death Eaters' methods and their casual cruelty toward innocent people, including magical creatures who posed no threat to their cause, but were tortured and killed simply because their suffering amused their captors. His recognition that the movement he had joined was motivated more by sadism than by any genuine concern for magical welfare created doubts that grew stronger with each act of unnecessary violence he witnessed. His relationship with Creature, the house elf who had served the Black family for generations, provided him with understanding of loyalty and devotion that was pure and uncomplicated by the political calculations and personal ambitions that characterized his other relationships. Creature's willingness to risk his life in service to Regulus, despite the obvious dangers involved, demonstrated the kind of love that was based on genuine care rather than manipulation or coercion. The discovery of Voldemort's Horcrux and the methods used to protect it revealed to Regulus the true extent of the Dark Lord's evil, the depths to which someone would sink in pursuit of personal immortality, and the complete disregard for all other life that characterized his approach to power. The realization that he had devoted himself to serving someone whose cruelty exceeded even his worst previous imaginings created a crisis of conscience that demanded action regardless of personal consequences. His decision to retrieve and attempt to destroy the Horcrux was made in full knowledge that success was unlikely and that failure would result in his death, but also with understanding that some actions were necessary regardless of their probability of success. His plan to use Creature's abilities to infiltrate the cave while providing the house elf with means of escape demonstrated both tactical intelligence and genuine care for someone he could easily have treated as disposable. The method of his death, drinking the potion that Voldemort had created to protect the Horcrux while ensuring that Creature could complete their mission, represented the ultimate act of selflessness from someone who had previously lived for personal advancement and family approval. His final instructions to Creature to destroy the locket and never reveal what they had attempted demonstrated his understanding that heroism sometimes required anonymity, that the most important victories might never be publicly acknowledged or celebrated. His sacrifice remained unknown to his family and friends for years, leaving them to believe that he had died as a loyal Death Eater, rather than understanding that his final act had been one of supreme courage and moral clarity. The tragedy of his unrecognized heroism was compounded by the knowledge that his efforts had been unsuccessful, that the Horcrux had survived his attempt at destruction and would require additional sacrifices from others before it could be eliminated. Yet his example provided crucial intelligence and inspiration for future efforts against Voldemort, as Harry Potter's discovery of his story revealed both the existence of additional Horcruxes and the possibility that even Death Eaters could find redemption through recognition of their errors and willingness to act against their revelers' former allegiances. His legacy became proof that love for family and recognition of genuine evil could inspire transformation even in those who seemed completely corrupted by dark ideology. The redemption of the Malfoy family represents one of the most complex examples of how love could triumph over ideology when personal relationships proved stronger than abstract beliefs, demonstrating that even those who had committed themselves to destructive causes could find salvation through recognition of what truly mattered in their lives. Lucius Malfoy's involvement with Death Eater ideology had been based on sincere belief in pure blood supremacy, combined with ambition for political power and social influence that such involvement promised to provide. His marriage to Narcissa had been genuine in its affection, while also serving strategic purposes that advanced both their family's interests and reinforced their shared commitment to traditional wizarding values. The birth of their son Draco had added new dimensions to their relationship while providing both parents with someone whose welfare became more important than any abstract principle or political cause. Their love for their child was absolute and unconditional, though it was initially expressed through efforts to provide him with the advantages and opportunities that their wealth and social position could offer. Voldemort's return and his increasingly unreasonable demands created pressures that tested every aspect of their family relationships, as serving him required them to risk everything they had worked to build while potentially endangering the son whose welfare had become their primary concern. The Dark Lord's casual disregard for their family's safety and his willingness to use Draco as a punishment for Lucius's failures revealed the fundamental incompatibility between their devotion to each other and their supposed loyalty to his cause. Lucius's imprisonment in Azkaban, following the battle at the Ministry of Magic, left Narcissa alone to deal with Voldemort's continuing demands while protecting their son from consequences of choices that had been made before Draco was old enough to understand their implications. Her recognition that their family's survival required different strategies than those that had previously guided their lives marked the beginning of their transformation, from loyal servants to desperate parents. The mission assigned to Draco to kill Dumbledore was obviously intended as punishment for his father's failures, rather than genuine belief in the boy's ability to accomplish such a task, making clear that Voldemort regarded their family as expendable resources rather than valued allies. Narcissa's desperate attempts to protect her son, including her visit to Severus Snape to arrange additional protection, demonstrated how completely her priorities had shifted from ideological commitment to family preservation. The Battle of Hogwarts provided the ultimate test of their family bonds versus their supposed political loyalties, as they were forced to choose between serving Voldemort and protecting each other when those allegiances became mutually exclusive. Narcissa's decision to lie to Voldemort about Harry Potter's survival was motivated entirely by determination to find and protect Draco, regardless of what such deception might mean for the Dark Lord's cause. Their abandonment of the battle before its conclusion, seeking only to find their son and escape together rather than fighting for either side, represented the final triumph of family love over political ideology. Their recognition that their most important relationships were with each other rather than with any cause or leader allowed them to survive when continued loyalty to Voldemort would have meant certain destruction. Their post-war rehabilitation was possible only because their final choices had been motivated by love rather than continued commitment to dark ideology, demonstrating that redemption was available even for those who had participated in terrible acts when they were willing to acknowledge their errors and prioritize genuine relationships over abstract beliefs. Their family's survival became proof that love could indeed conquer hate when people were willing to sacrifice everything else for the welfare of those they truly cherished. The story of Hermione Granger's parents represents one of the most heartbreaking examples of how protective love could require sacrifices that were almost unbearable to contemplate, demonstrating the lengths to which parents would go to ensure their child's safety, even when such protection required them to give up the relationship itself. Mr. and Mrs. Granger's discovery that their daughter possessed magical abilities had initially been cause for celebration and pride, as her exceptional academic achievement and obvious happiness at Hogwarts demonstrated that she had found her place in a world where her intelligence and dedication were properly valued and nurtured. Their support for her magical education, despite their inability to fully understand or participate in that aspect of her life, demonstrated the kind of selfless parenting that prioritized their child's welfare over their own comfort or convenience. The escalating danger that Hermione faced as Voldemort's influence spread throughout the wizarding world created impossible choices for parents who wanted to protect their daughter but lacked the magical knowledge or abilities to provide effective assistance. Their recognition that their presence in her life made her more vulnerable to attack, that enemies might target them as leverage against her, forced them to consider options that would have been unthinkable under normal circumstances. Hermione's decision to modify their memories and send them to Australia was motivated by desperate love and recognition that conventional protection would be inadequate against magical enemies who would stop at nothing to harm anyone connected to their primary targets. Her willingness to sacrifice her relationship with them, to endure the pain of being forgotten by the people who loved her most, demonstrated the kind of courage that went beyond physical bravery to encompass emotional devastation undertaken for others' welfare. The magic required to modify their memories so completely was advanced and dangerous, requiring her to essentially rewrite their identities and personal histories while ensuring that they would be happy and safe in their new lives without any knowledge of the daughter they had raised and cherished. The emotional toll of performing such magic on people she loved represented perhaps the greatest sacrifice of her young life. The years they spent in Australia as Wendell and Monica Wilkins were characterized by contentment and normalcy that their real memories might have made impossible, as knowledge of Hermione's danger and their own helplessness would have created constant anxiety and fear that would have diminished their quality of life considerably. Yet their happiness was built on artificial foundations that made their contentment both precious and tragic. Hermione's eventual restoration of their memories following Voldemort's defeat was complicated by the psychological trauma that such comprehensive mental modification had created, as they had to reconcile years of false memories with their actual identities while processing the knowledge of everything that had occurred during their absence from their daughter's life. The reunion that should have been purely joyful was complicated by grief for time lost and confusion about identity that required careful healing and patient rebuilding of relationships that had been artificially severed. Their forgiveness of Hermione's actions and their understanding of the necessity that had motivated such drastic measures demonstrated the depth of their love for her and their recognition that her choices had been motivated by desire to protect them rather than rejection or abandonment. Their ability to rebuild their relationship despite the trauma they had all endured proved that genuine family bonds could survive even the most extreme tests when they were based on authentic love rather than mere biological connection. The story of the Marauders represents the evolution of friendship into something approaching family bonds, demonstrating how chosen relationships could become as strong as blood connections, while also revealing how betrayal could destroy even the most seemingly unbreakable bonds when fear and weakness overcome loyalty and courage. The friendship that developed between James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew during their Hogwarts years was based on shared mischievous temperament and mutual loyalty that transcended their different backgrounds and personalities. Their individual strengths complemented each other, while their shared adventures created the kind of intensive bonding that made them closer than many biological siblings. James's natural leadership and confidence provided their group with direction and purpose, his magical ability and family wealth, ensuring that their pranks and adventures were conducted with style and effectiveness that enhanced their reputations throughout the school. His gradual maturation from arrogant teenager to responsible adult demonstrated the positive influence that genuine friendship could have on character development. Sirius's rebellious spirit and dramatic flair brought excitement and unpredictability to their activities, while his rejection of his family's dark values created bonds with friends who represented everything his blood relatives despised. His complete loyalty to his chosen family demonstrated how friendship could provide the acceptance and belonging that biological relationships had failed to offer. Remus's intelligence and moral compass provided their group with ethical guidance, while his lycanthropy created opportunities for his friends to demonstrate unconditional acceptance and support that transcended normal social prejudices. Their decision to become Animagi to keep him company during his transformations represented the kind of sacrifice and dedication that marked genuine love between friends. Peter's inclusion in their group was based more on their protective instincts than on natural compatibility, as his obvious insecurity and limited abilities made him someone who needed the kind of support and acceptance that they were naturally inclined to provide. Their failure to recognize how his weaknesses might make him vulnerable to manipulation would ultimately prove fatal to their bonds. The years immediately following their graduation were marked by their continued closeness as they faced the challenges of adulthood and increasing involvement in the war against Voldemort. Their shared commitment to the Order of the Phoenix reinforced their friendship while providing them with common cause that gave meaning and purpose to their relationships. James's marriage to Lily and the birth of Harry brought new dimensions to their friendships as they adjusted to his changing priorities and responsibilities, while maintaining the support and loyalty that had always characterized their relationships. Sirius's role as Harry's godfather formalized his position within their extended family, while reinforcing his commitment to supporting James and Lily through whatever challenges they might face. The decision to make Peter their secret keeper for the Fidelius charm protecting the Potter family was motivated by their desire to protect him as well as themselves, understanding that Voldemort would expect them to choose Sirius for such an important responsibility and might target him accordingly. Their tragic miscalculation about Peter's loyalty and courage cost James and Lily their lives, while destroying the friendship that had sustained all of them through their most difficult years. Peter's betrayal of his friends represented the ultimate failure of bonds that should have been unbreakable, demonstrating how fear and self-preservation could overcome even the deepest loyalties when someone lacked the moral courage necessary to honor their commitments despite personal danger. His choice to serve Voldemort rather than protect his friends revealed character flaws that his friends had overlooked or minimized, rather than addressing directly. The aftermath of the betrayal destroyed not just James and Lily, but also the friendship between Sirius and Remus, as each believed the other might have been the traitor, while the actual betrayer remained hidden and protected by their inability to imagine such treachery from someone they had loved and protected for so many years. The eventual revelation of Peter's guilt and the restoration of Sirius's reputation came too late to repair the damage that had been done to relationships and lives, though it did provide some measure of closure and understanding about events that had shaped their adult lives in tragic and irreversible ways. The friendship that had once seemed unbreakable became a reminder that even the strongest human bonds could be destroyed by moral failure, and that trust, once lost through betrayal, could never be completely restored. Yet their legacy lived on in Harry Potter, who inherited not just his father's physical appearance, but also his capacity for loyalty and friendship that had characterized the Marauders at their best. The lessons about love and sacrifice that they had demonstrated through their relationships, even when those relationships were ultimately damaged by betrayal, provided Harry with models for his own friendships and romantic relationships that would serve him throughout his life. The redemption that some members of their group found, even in death, demonstrated that genuine love between friends could transcend individual failures and create legacies that inspired future generations to pursue the kind of loyalty and courage that had once bound 4 young wizards together in bonds that seemed unbreakable, but proved tragically fragile when tested by the ultimate pressures of war and moral choice. In the final tapestry of our journey through love's many manifestations in the wizarding world, we arrive at understanding that transcends individual stories to encompass the eternal truths that bind all hearts together across time, distance, and even death itself. These are the revelations that emerge when we step back from particular romances to perceive the greater patterns they create, the ways in which love becomes not just personal experience but cosmic force that shapes reality according to principles more fundamental than any magic contained in wands or written in spellbooks. The protection that Lily Potter's love created for her son represents the most powerful demonstration of how genuine maternal devotion could transform the very fabric of magical reality, establishing safeguards that operated according to laws deeper than any conventional enchantment. Her willingness to die rather than allow harm to come to Harry activated magic that was older than wizarding civilization, drawing upon sources of power that existed before wands were carved or formal spells were codified into teachable formulas. The nature of this protection was fundamentally different from conventional magical defenses, which could be understood through study and overcome through superior knowledge or raw power. Lily's sacrifice created barriers that were woven into Harry's very essence, becoming part of his magical signature in ways that made them impossible to remove or circumvent through ordinary means. The love that motivated her final choice became literally embedded in his blood, creating a connection between mother and child that transcended the normal boundaries between life and death. This protection manifested in ways that were both subtle and profound, shielding Harry from forms of harm that went far beyond physical danger, to encompass spiritual and magical threats that might have destroyed someone less thoroughly defended. His ability to resist the imperious curse, his natural immunity to certain forms of dark magic, his capacity to survive encounters that should have been fatal, all reflected the continuing influence of love that had been freely given without expectation of reward or recognition. The extension of this protection to his Aunt Petunia's household demonstrated how love's influence could spread beyond its original boundaries when it was honored and acknowledged, rather than dismissed or ignored. Dumbledore's understanding that Petunia's grudging acceptance of Harry as family member was sufficient to maintain the magical bonds that Lily's sacrifice had created revealed the sophisticated nature of magic that operated according to emotional and relational principles rather than mere formulaic application of spells. The limitations of this protection were as instructive as its powers, showing that even love's magic operated within certain boundaries and could not prevent all forms of suffering or shield its recipient from the consequences of choices that he himself would need to make. Harry's ability to leave the safety of his relative's home and face genuine danger demonstrated that love's protection was designed to nurture growth rather than prevent all risk, to provide foundation for courage rather than excuse for avoiding necessary challenges. The gradual weakening of these magical defenses as Harry approached adulthood reflected the natural progression from childhood dependency to adult responsibility, showing how love's protection was meant to prepare its recipient for independence rather than create permanent reliance on external safeguards. The magic that had preserved him through his early years gave him strength to face final confrontation with Voldemort as someone who had been loved completely, rather than someone who still required protection from consequences of his own choices. The ultimate test of these protections came when Harry chose to walk into the Forbidden Forest, knowing that Voldemort's curse would likely kill him, discovering that love's magic had prepared him even for this sacrifice, by ensuring that his death would be temporary rather than permanent. The same maternal love that had saved him as an infant continued to operate when he was willing to make similar sacrifice for others, creating connections between his mother's choice and his own that demonstrated love's power to replicate and extend itself across generations. The magical architecture of Hogwarts Castle itself represents another manifestation of how love and care for others could be embedded into physical structures, creating environments that responded to the emotional needs of their inhabitants rather than merely providing shelter and security through conventional protective spells. The castle's ability to adapt and change according to the needs of its students and staff demonstrated magical principles that went far beyond simple enchantment to encompass genuine empathy and understanding. The Room of Requirement exemplified this responsive magic, providing exactly what people needed most rather than what they requested most loudly or demanded most forcefully. Its ability to create spaces for studying, hiding, practicing magic, storing treasures, or simply finding solitude reflected sophisticated understanding of human psychology and emotional requirements that suggested the castle possessed something approaching consciousness, or at least deep intuitive wisdom about the nature of learning and growth. The moving staircases and shifting corridors that initially seemed like arbitrary magical whimsy revealed themselves over time to be subtle forms of guidance and protection, preventing students from accessing areas that might be dangerous, while encouraging exploration of spaces that would contribute to their educational and personal development. The castle's architecture embodied the same protective instincts that motivated the best teachers, creating environments that challenged students appropriately while ensuring their fundamental safety and well-being. The portraits that lined the castle's walls represented another form of love's persistence beyond normal boundaries, as the magical paintings contained not just visual representations but actual aspects of the consciousness and caring that had characterized their subjects during life. These portraits provided continuity and wisdom that spanned centuries, offering guidance and support to successive generations of students who faced similar challenges and opportunities. The portrait of the Fat Lady guarding Gryffindor Tower demonstrated how even seemingly frivolous magical guardians were motivated by genuine concern for the welfare of those they protected. Her dramatic reactions to security breaches, reflecting real anxiety about student safety, rather than mere programmed responses to unauthorized access attempts. Her relationships with students evolved over years of interaction, showing that magical portraits could develop genuine affection for the people they encountered regularly. The headmaster's portraits in Dumbledore's office represented the highest expression of this principle, containing the accumulated wisdom and continuing care of leaders who had devoted their lives to educational service. Their ability to provide advice and guidance to their successors demonstrated how love for Hogwarts and its students could transcend individual lifespans, creating institutional memory that preserved not just knowledge but values and priorities that had guided the school through centuries of changing challenges. The Sorting Hat itself embodied another aspect of love's institutional expression, its ability to perceive the deepest qualities and potential of young witches and wizards, reflecting profound understanding of human nature that was motivated by desire to place each student where they would have the greatest opportunities for growth and happiness. Its decisions, while sometimes mysterious to outside observers, consistently demonstrated wisdom about personality types and developmental needs that served students' long-term interests rather than their immediate preferences. The Hat's occasional reluctance to sort certain students, its requests for their own input about house placement, showed that even magical wisdom recognized the importance of individual choice and self-determination in matters that would significantly affect personal development. Its respect for student autonomy demonstrated that true care involved empowering people to make their own decisions rather than imposing external judgment, however well-intentioned such judgment might be. The house system that the Sorting Hat maintained represented sophisticated understanding of how different personality types could support and challenge each other most effectively, creating communities that honored diverse approaches to courage, learning, loyalty, and ambition while ensuring that students had access to peer groups that understood and appreciated their particular strengths and characteristics. The protection spells and wards that surrounded Hogwarts were layered over centuries by headmasters and headmistresses who understood that the castle's most important function was creating safe space for young people to make mistakes, learn from failure, and develop their abilities without fear of permanent consequences for reasonable errors in judgment. These magical defenses operated according to principles that prioritized education over punishment, growth over perfection, and hope over fear. The ways in which these protections occasionally failed or were circumvented demonstrated that even the most sophisticated magical safeguards could not eliminate all danger or prevent all suffering, reflecting the understanding that complete safety would actually interfere with the kind of character development that required students to face genuine challenges and make consequential choices about their values and priorities. The magical creatures that lived within the castle's grounds and participated in its educational mission represented another aspect of how love and care could extend beyond human relationships to encompass all forms of life that contributed to the school's functioning. The house elves who maintained the kitchens and common rooms, the ghosts who provided historical perspective and occasional guidance, the portraits that offered wisdom and companionship, all demonstrated how Hogwarts had become a community that valued every form of consciousness that contributed to its educational mission. The owls that delivered mail and messages throughout the castle demonstrated the school's connection to the broader wizarding world while providing students with tangible links to family and friends who supported their educational journey from distance. These birds' intelligence and loyalty reflected the same principles of devoted service that characterized the school's human staff, showing how love could inspire dedication across species boundaries. The Whomping Willow that guarded the secret passage to the Shrieking Shack represented protective love that was fierce and uncompromising, planted specifically to prevent accidental encounters with Remus Lupin during his dangerous transformations. Its aggressive response to anyone who approached demonstrated how love sometimes required harsh measures to prevent greater harm, though its ultimate purpose was always protection rather than destruction. The grounds themselves, maintained by Hagrid with obvious affection and deep knowledge of magical and non-magical plants and animals, reflected the understanding that education required connection to the natural world, as well as formal academic instruction. His care for every living thing on the castle grounds demonstrated how love could extend to encompass all forms of life, treating each creature and plant as worthy of attention and protection regardless of their obvious usefulness to human purposes. The generational continuity that characterized many wizarding families represented another manifestation of how love stories created lasting influence that shaped future relationships and life choices. The patterns that emerged as children grew up observing their parents' marriages provided models for understanding what successful partnerships required, while also creating expectations and assumptions that could either support or complicate their own romantic development. The Potter family's tragic history of early death in service to others created a legacy that influenced Harry's understanding of what love required from those who possessed the power to protect others from harm. His parents' sacrifice provided him with a model of love that was willing to pay ultimate prices for others' welfare, though he also had to learn that such sacrifice should be last resort rather than first response to every dangerous situation. The Weasley family's example of enduring partnership and mutual support gave their children understanding of how successful marriages could weather various challenges while maintaining affection and respect between partners who were fierce, genuinely committed to each other's happiness and growth. Their parents' example of love that enhanced rather than diminished individual identity provided their children with confidence that romantic relationships could be sources of strength rather than limitations on personal development. The Black family's history of disowning members who chose love over ideology demonstrated the destructive consequences when abstract principles were considered more important than personal relationships and individual happiness. Sirius's rejection of his family's values in favor of chosen family relationships provided Harry with understanding that love was about choice and commitment rather than mere biological connection or social expectation. The Malfoy family's transformation from ideological rigidity to protective devotion showed how love could inspire people to abandon destructive beliefs and embrace values that prioritized family welfare over abstract political commitments. Their evolution from servants of dark magic to parents who would sacrifice everything for their child's safety demonstrated love's power to redeem even those who had made terrible choices in service to misguided causes. The next generation that grew up in the aftermath of Voldemort's defeat inherited both the trauma and the wisdom that their parents' generation had gained through their experiences of war and loss. Their understanding of love was shaped by stories of sacrifice and heroism, but also by recognition that peace required different skills than war, that building relationships in times of safety presented different challenges than maintaining connections during periods of mortal danger. The children of war heroes like Harry, Ron, and Hermione grew up with knowledge of their parents' extraordinary courage and dedication, but they also had to discover their own identities and make their own choices about what forms of love and service would give meaning to their lives. Their challenges involved living up to extraordinary legacies while also claiming the right to define their own values and priorities according to their personal experiences rather than inherited expectations. The marriages of the next generation reflected both continuity with their parents' values and evolution toward approaches that were adapted to different circumstances and challenges. Their relationships were built on foundations of peace and stability that their parents had fought to create, allowing them to explore forms of intimacy and partnership that would have been impossible during wartime, when survival took precedence over personal fulfillment. The magical world that emerged from the Second Wizarding War was one where love stories could unfold without the constant threat of violence and death, where young people could take time to discover compatibility and build relationships gradually, rather than making hasty commitments based on uncertainty about their survival prospects. This piece allowed for more thoughtful consideration of what different individuals needed from romantic partnerships and family relationships. The institutional changes that followed Voldemort's defeat reflected growing understanding that society had responsibility to support love in all its healthy forms, rather than restricting affection and partnership according to arbitrary categories based on blood status, species, or other characteristics that had nothing to do with individuals' capacity for genuine, caring, and mutual support. The gradual integration of different magical communities, the elimination of laws that had prevented certain types of relationships, and the growing acceptance of mixed marriages and unconventional family structures all reflected recognition that love was strengthened rather than weakened by diversity, that different perspectives and backgrounds could enrich rather than threaten the stability of romantic partnerships and family bonds. The love stories we have explored throughout this journey demonstrate that the most powerful magic in any world is the force that brings hearts together in recognition of their fundamental similarity despite surface differences, the power that inspires people to care for others' welfare as much as their own, the energy that transforms individual lives, while creating connections that ripple outward to influence communities and future generations. These stories remind us that love requires courage to be vulnerable with another person, wisdom to distinguish between healthy and destructive forms of attachment, patience to allow relationships to develop naturally rather than forcing artificial intimacy, and commitment to support others' growth rather than demanding that they remain unchanged for our convenience. They teach us that the strongest relationships are built on foundations of mutual respect and shared values rather than mere physical attraction or social convenience, that genuine partnership requires both individuals to maintain their own identities while creating something new together, and that love's greatest power lies in its ability to inspire people to become better versions of themselves through caring for someone else's happiness and welfare. Most importantly, these tales demonstrate that love stories never truly end, that the connections we forge with others continue to influence the world long after our individual chapters have concluded, that every choice to love rather than fear, to connect rather than isolate, to build rather than destroy, contributes to a legacy that shapes the possibilities available to future generations who will write their own love stories in the world we leave behind for them. As our journey through these intertwined hearts draws to its gentle close, let yourself be comforted by the truth that love, in all its forms, is indeed the most powerful magic in any world. From the passionate intensity of first romance to the quiet devotion of lifelong partnership, from the tragic beauty of love lost to the joy of love discovered, these stories remind us that connection transcends every barrier, blood, species, time, and even death itself. The couples whose stories we have shared tonight continue to live on in the hearts of those who remember them, their love adding threads to the great tapestry of the wizarding world. In choosing love over fear, connection over isolation, and hope over despair, they have shown us that even in the darkest of times, light can be found in the bonds we forge with one another. Sleep now, dear listener, wrapped in the warmth of knowing that love stories like these continue to unfold around us always. May your dreams be filled with the gentle magic of hearts finding their perfect match. And may you wake knowing that your own story of connection and love is still being written. Sweet dreams, and remember, love always.